you know what we're here for.
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
No, take it easy.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
That's hot.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Rid of the Second Amendment.
Consequences.
So hot right now.
Come on.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Jesus, I say that.
What? Yeah.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just
That's
crazy enough to
interesting.
work.
Yeah.
It's science.
immediately, if not sooner.
I don't want reality.
What? Are you not entertained?
I made a huge tiny mistake.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
How rude. A fucking bitch.
Come on!
Oh, girl, baby girl.
A what now?
Your name, please?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question. Could you jump up? Don't even play.
What?
China!
And now you'll see just how I won that championship. I see that you know your judo.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction in the 20th century.
Winter is coming.
Precision of language. Please.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
You supercalifragilistic bitch.
Illegal. I did everything right and they indicted me. Facebook, Facebook. Zuckerberg.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
I don't want reality.
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Well,
Here we are again. Floating between Earth and that never-ending void we call space. So much to do, so much to see, so much to talk about. Better get right to it. As always, remember to buckle up those seatbelts, space fams, as this journey through the void may encounter any known and unknown dangers. Alright, well, it is that time. Saturday. Didn't even have time to make a thumbnail or a title for the stream, and I just said, you know what, a lot of people are complaining that the stream hasn't started, so I better just start it. That's what I did. So, it's good to see you all. Hopefully I'll be able to say what's up to the people in chat who won the medals. Yes, PBE, Look Bovine, Choki123, and the Flat YouTube chat. Well done. Deserved. Only one person's redeemed a medal on Twitch, that's Aaron Flies. I also see Jerry McLean, Mozzie, Look Bovine, Brandy Nuance, Aaron W, Charlie Jinmir, Sarah Layla, Donald James X, Sasha G, Mono up second, good job. Who else do I have to say hello to? So many of you have gotten in here getting so many shout-outs at the beginning of this stream. What's happening? Rude Interplanet Janet, you're here. Nightbot's here. I'm starting to run out of room in my brain for remembering who was and was not here. Either way, I think I got through it. Bob Carmody, there you are. Hello. Alright, I think that's all of you. If I missed you, I apologize. I am in top chat after all. Oh, and Orb Rumor. Got in there at the last second. Miskatonic Petrol and Soda Fountain. Okay. Phenomenal. Well, time to start this in a usual place. That's right. America. And of course, many of you may be already flipping your advent calendars, which means it's the holiday season. Let's talk about that.
'Tis the season for giving, and CBS News New York continued our season of giving this Saturday at the New York Common Pantry, handing out toys and discovering all the ways the pantry is helping families in need this holiday season. Santa came early for children uptown today.
Yeah, Santa.
From the Bronx to East Harlem, CBS News New York was honored to help spread Christmas cheer at the New York Common Pantry's Christmas Toy Drive.
You've been getting the toys for 4 years now. How much it means to you?
Oh, it's a very nice help because it's good times and it's bad time. Like right now, this year is like a bad time for me. I'm not working, so it's hard for me to buy gifts for my grandkids.
Helping folks like Jakaris Jerez is what the pantry is all about.
They help me a lot.
Oh boy, it's a rough story. Even though it's supposed to be, a good one.
Jose.
These people are family here.
Since 1980, New York Common Pantry has served more than 11 million meals and distributed close to 2 million pounds of fresh produce to 729,000 people in the city.
I take these people as my own family, as aunties, grandmas, you know, could be your own mother.
Sure.
So I'm very grateful, you know, just serving them.
From food to hot meals to toys at Christmas, no detail is forgotten and no family left behind.
Y comida también.
Now, do you know what I wish? I don't know if you're prepared. Are you ready for this? I'm sure you are. I'm sure most of you are. I wish we didn't live in a society where people had to hold out for private handouts. You know, it'd be great. It'd be real great if these lines didn't have to exist. If we had a society where people didn't have to worry about basic necessities like food or healthcare. Especially, I mean, not just especially, but I mean, around these times where it's supposed to be so good. But you got an entire sect of society that is struggling just to get by, let alone thinking about the holidays, let alone thinking about you know, maybe some of the things that you may be thinking about right now. Family, all of these things. Anyway. Sorry, I was trying to cultivate a holiday spirit, but really faltered there at the end, and that's my fault. That's my fault.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
But you know what? That's how it goes. Can't just sit here and not say anything about this. Alright, now let's get into the topic that we have basically been starting the stream off with every single day for, I don't know, like about a week. And I didn't even notice Democracy Now! Put out this earlier. I think this was from, must have been Wednesday. We didn't get to watch it, so let's see what Democracy Now! Had to say about all of this.
This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. New York prosecutors have charged a suspect with murder for the killing of United Health executive Brian Thompson. Police arrested 26-year-old Luigi Mangione in Altoona, Pennsylvania, Monday, when a McDonald's customer told an employee that she spotted him after that 5-day nationwide search. The employee called the police, who came. They found Mangione with a black ghost gun, which can be assembled from parts and is untraceable. That's similar to one used in the killing of Thompson. While many offered condolences to Thompson's loved ones, his killing sparked outrage over the state of health care in America. Some turned to social media to share their experiences with health insurance companies.
United Healthcare denials of coverage. Interesting that one of the shell casings had the word deny written on it. And it made me think of the time they tried to deny coverage for my mother's dialysis. Yes, you heard that correctly. United Healthcare tried to deny coverage for dialysis.
Illegal.
For more, we're joined by two guests. In Washington, D.C., Derek Crow is with the nonprofit People's Action Institute, which has a care over cost campaign focused on the health insurance companies' quote, systemic practice of refusing to approve care through prior authorization denials or pay for care through claim denials. And in Philadelphia, we're joined by Wendell Potter, former executive for the health insurance companies Cigna and Humana. He's the executive editor of Healthcare Uncovered. Wendell is the author of Deadly Spin, an insurance company insider speaks out on how corporate PR is killing healthcare and deceiving Americans, and also the book Nation on the Take, How Big Money Corrupts Our Democracy and What We Can Do About It. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Wendell, let's begin with you. When you heard that the CEO of United Health was murdered on the streets of New York, that the assassin had written the words deny, depose, defend on the bullets, that there was this outpouring of anger about healthcare companies, while at the same time many, of course, expressed condolences to the family of Brian Thompson. Your thoughts?
It was chilling, but not shocking to me. I used to plan the kind of events that Brian Thompson was in New York for, the company's Investor Day, and I want to stress that because it's significant that that's why he was in New York, to attend probably the most important meeting in the company's year, which is meeting with its top institutional investors and Wall Street financial analysts who write reports that help determine the fate of these companies on Wall Street. That's what these companies, that's where they worship. They worship at the altar of Wall Street. And I think what we're seeing here is this young man, if this is the suspect who's been arrested, is the assailant, experienced some kind of delay apparently, or some kind of interaction that did not go well with his insurance company and with the industry. This has been going on for a long time. This company in particular has a record of using prior authorization or refusing to pay for needed care far more than its competitors. But for-profit insurers in general have used this as a means of enriching their shareholders, of using fewer and fewer of our premium dollars to pay for the care that we need so that more money can be made available to their shareholders.
Now, I wanted to ask Wendell Potter, there are about an average of 75 homicides per day in the United States. And I was stunned by the level of media attention and law enforcement resources utilized to track down this one killer of a wealthy businessman and health executive. I'm wondering your sense of...
I fucking love this, right? Like, I'd never watched this until today, but it seems like, you know, and I like after watching this, I realized that without having been watching Democracy Now! All week, for whatever reason, I don't know why, they weren't like in, usually they're like the top videos that we're watching, and I'm like keeping up with. For whatever reason this week, I was like behind on stuff, didn't do it. And like most of what they've been saying are the same kind of stuff I've been saying here this whole time. It's like, you know, like we've been here. We've been covering all of the fucking murders that happen. You know, we've been covering all the gun violence in the United States and just how little police resources are used, how much media attention is actually given to these things. And then this happens, and then, oh my God, it's like a faucet got turned on.
To track down this one killer of a wealthy businessman and health executive. I'm wondering your sense of where our system places its resources.
You know, it's a very good point. So many resources were put on this, obviously for one reason, because it became such a big media story, and the drama around this made it certainly a compelling story. But we're talking about a person of privilege and great wealth who was killed, and that triggered this this manhunt that I think we, as you said, there are homicides every day in this country, sadly, but you don't have this kind of reaction. But I think part of what's going on here, back to the rage that we've seen on social media, it's just been barely below the surface, and this triggered something. I'm equating this to kind of a dike bursting. I saw this rage, this outrage, if you will, toward this industry when I worked for it, and it was one of the reasons why I left. I couldn't, in good conscience, continue to support an industry that used prior authorization, that established themselves firmly between a patient and his or her doctor. That's what these companies have done. And I think that what we're seeing, sadly, in some form or fashion probably was inevitable, because more and more people are facing these denials of care or denials of claims. So people are winding up deep in debt. 100 million Americans have medical debt, but most of those people have health insurance, but they can't get their insurance companies to cover the care that they need. They have to spend so much money out of their own pockets before their coverage will even kick in. So it is a crisis that was brewing, and I think has erupted. And I think the challenge is going to be, what do we make of this? How do we harness this rage? When I say we, I'm talking about advocates and those who know that this system needs a fundamental overhaul like we've never seen before. How do we harness this and channel it in constructive ways to push reforms forward?
I wanted to go back to the healthcare point, but I also wanted to amplify the issue that Juan just raised. New York City Mayor Eric Adams was speaking during the news conference Monday about the arrest of Mangione when he was asked about another case here in New York.
I wanted to ask you about the killing of a migrant teenager last week in the financial district. A group of men attacked him and another migrant after reportedly asking him whether he spoke English or not. What updates do you have in that case, and do you have images of the suspects in that case? And if so, why haven't those been publicized, as we saw in this other case? And has the same amount of police resources been spent on his death as the CEO's death?
First and foremost, the fact pattern that you just described about asking, did he speak English, that was not in any of the reports. Any loss is a huge loss.
Ready. That is Mayor
Eric Adams doesn't give a
and they
fuck.
were talking about the killing of the migrant just a day after Jeremy Colina, who is 17 years old. Group came upon him and a friend said, "Do you speak English?" When they said no, he was killed. The other was critically wounded. And this question of whether they got video and photos of the gang that moved on. But we're going to stick right now on the healthcare issue. Derek Crow is with us of People's Action Institute. Derek, you've been collecting testimony. Your group was involved with a mass arrest. I want to turn to the Color Lines video report that features 29-year-old Carly Morton of Beaver, Pennsylvania, who was supported by People's Action's Care Over Cost campaign.
I had been fighting my medical issues in my insurance company off and on for more than a year. I cried and screamed and requested of supervisors. They made it impossible. I thought that was the end of the road. I'm not getting the surgery, so there's not much of a chance for me. We reached out to People's Action, and they gathered together around me and helped me fight my insurance company. And then when that change happened, it was like all this hope just went inside of me.
Derek Crow of People's Action Institute, you've been putting out videos like these. A whole group of people affiliated with People's Action Institute were just recently arrested outside the offices of the Minneapolis headquarters of United Health. Explain.
Right. Well, first, let me say that we also offer our condolences to the family and friends of Brian Thompson. We obviously condemn any act of gun violence, no matter the motivation. We were shocked by that crime. We were not shocked by the outpouring of rage you mentioned. And I just want to say the thing that took us to that location and that led us to that action were stories just like Carly's. These corporations have too much power in this country. They are blocking progress on issues like gun violence and on the epidemic of care denials in this country, either through prior authorizations or through claims denials. Just like Carly, 248 million care denials are issued by these companies every year, either through a prior authorization denial or a care denial. And people's anxiety and stress and anger about that has just built up to a boiling point. Carly's case, she finally got paid her claim for that surgery only because she worked with us and gathered around with other people who organized in a strategic, nonviolent way to put pressure on these companies. Her condition is terribly painful. It's called NMALS. Its pain when she eats is equivalent, her doctors say, to end-stage pancreatic cancer.
That's insane.
And this corporation was refusing
I literally can't even imagine what that would be like. Eating causes her to feel the same pain that a stage 4 cancer patient feels?
That she needed, that she had been paying premiums for, and
she's
we had to
alive.
literally take her pain to their front door to get their attention. Now, we were happy to do that. We want to do that for everybody that joins us at careovercost.org, but we can't do that 248 million times a year. Something's got to change.
Seriously.
Derek Crow, we only have about 30 seconds, but I wanted to ask you quickly, Medicare Advantage.
Seriously, though. Small organizations like his do not have the funds or the manpower to be able to execute that sort of a thing. I mean, hundreds of millions of times a year. Just not feasible, right? You just need to not have a system that forces you to do stuff like this when you're sick.
Which Brian Thompson ran for United Healthcare, the privatization of Social Security. We're seeing all these ads about open enrollment the past few weeks. What are you urging in terms of the government's use of this privatization of Medicare?
Well, we must stop the government from turning over Medicare to companies like United Healthcare through privatization schemes like Medicare Advantage. And we've also got to get policymakers to take the claims review process, the appeals process, out of the hands of corporations like this and get our healthcare focused on people's needs and not corporate profit.
Exactly. All right. All right, let's go here. Keep talking about this. Al-Assad has Got a clip here for us on apparently a healthcare CEO making a statement. See what this is all about.
So I want to cover the guest essay from New York Times editorial board. United Health Group CEO, the healthcare system is flawed. Let's fix it. It's by Andrew Whitty, who is the chief executive officer of the United Health Group, the parent company of United Healthcare. This is the CEO on top of the CEO. The big dog, just so you understand. And he wrote this article, and the article had 2.5 thousand quotes, comments, and they had to close the comment section because they didn't like what the New York Times readers were commenting. This person is the top dog,
That
the
says
person
so
who wrote
much.
this article. Let's take a look at what he said. As Brian Thompson's family, friends, and colleagues mourn his killing, we are bearing a grief and sadness we will carry for the rest of our lives. Grief for the family he leaves behind, and grief for a brilliant, kind man who was working to make healthcare better for everyone. Absolutely no one believes this. We greatly appreciate the enormous outpouring of support for Brian, who ran our health insurance business, United Healthcare, as well as our wider company, which I lead. Yet we are also struggling to make sense of this unconscionable act.
By the way, this has nothing to do with what he's talking about, but I saw that someone was struggling in chat to figure out how to use YouTube's emote system. But if you just put a colon before those words, like this one, worm or angered, it just has to be directly before it. No space between it. It'll access. Like if you just use colon, you start typing some stuff, you'll see you can access YouTube's like secret emote system they have. Because there's stuff that's not even in the automatic, like if you click the emote phase, there's a bunch of stuff that's not even in there. It's got nothing to do with whether you're on an iPhone or an Android. It should work whether or not any of those things are, any phone should be able to access them, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Vitriol that has been directed at our colleagues who have been barraged by threats. No employees, be they the people who answer customer calls or nurses who visit patients in their homes, should have to fear for their and their loved ones' safety. It's gross that the CEO is once again using regular working class people who also are ironically getting fucked over by their own healthcare companies while they're working for the healthcare company as a way to try and soften the blow. It's not the nurses, and it should never be the nurses, and it shouldn't be the customer service representatives either. This anger is directed towards the CEOs and the people who play a role. You're using them as human shields here. You're hiding behind them. We know that the health system does not work as well as it should, and we understand people's frustrations with it. I want to look up how much United Healthcare has spent on lobbying. Just real quick, lobbying expenditure. I wonder if this is like something easy to find. United Healthcare has spent $5.8 million on total lobbying expenditures in 2024. Well. So we do know why the health system does not work as well as it should. And we understand people's frustrations with it. That rings a little hollow when you think about this. This is the direct money that United Healthcare alone has spent on lobbying alone. These are direct funds. This does not factor in the conferences, the wheeling and dealing. This does not factor in other healthcare, for-profit healthcare groups that also play a significant role. This does not factor in industry-specific lobbying groups. This is just United Healthcare just for 2024, this past election cycle. Please understand,
I wonder how many people they could have saved.
Number across the board, industry-wide.
I wonder how many people they could have saved just from lobbying money in 2024 with $6 million.
Is significantly higher. Let's take a look at healthcare lobbying in general. When you look at the sector profile for health, it goes up to 562,332,190. 48% of the number of lobbyists are former government employees as well. Once again, this still does not factor in this $500 million. Does not factor in all of the issues. This does not factor in how much money they're spending on top of this. This doesn't factor in the ad spend, which plays a pretty significant role in why media figures are so
Seriously.
defensive of healthcare profits. You spend hundreds of millions of dollars across the board industry-wide on ad spend on mainstream networks, and then those mainstream networks play ball for you. And the best part about this is all of this also plays a role in why healthcare sector profit margins are only 6%, because this is expenditure before profits. United Healthcare alone works with almost $500 billion in revenue. $500 billion in revenue generated. All of this, not this isn't entirely United Healthcare. This is just pure lobbying alone. All of that is going into their expenses. And even then, they still come out on top with $33 billion in pure profit. Just understand. So when a healthcare CEO that sits on top of United Care Group turns around and says, we know the health system does not work as well as it should, and we understand people's frustrations with it, it's like, no, dog, you spend a shitload to directly lobby Congress to make sure it's busted. And then on top of that, you still spend a shitload to normalize the cruelty and the pain people experience. You designed
Seriously.
the problems. So make...
The fact is they know that. They know that they're doing this because they're incentivized to do it. They're being essentially told to do these things by the boards. And so they're facilitating these things. They know that they're helping enrich shareholders and ruin actual health outcomes, essentially. To do everything they can to not involve themselves in healthcare at all. And just in collecting money. If they could just collect money, that would be the like, you know, that would be the peak performance for healthcare companies. If they didn't even have to ever talk to a doctor or like a patient or like think about anyone's health problems and only collect those money, that would be the optimal trajectory for them, and they would be rewarded on the stock market for doing so. And it seems like they have, in fact, essentially been doing that. Okay. Now let's see what the UK thinks about all of this. BBC's over there in Britain, wondering what it is going on over in America. Go web go. Okay, this is offensive, Hassan. I hope you know that. Oh my god. He's killing me. You're killing me right now, bud.
It's
all
bullshit
of your...
when they say, oh, dude, no one would design a system like the one we...
There we go. Please tell me that's better. Oh my god. Thank you. I hate, like, there are times where I enjoy the fact
Mariana, there's so
that
much...
I can like highlight words on the screen on a YouTube video. But then when it comes to things like this where I'm just trying to switch to the next fucking video and it's like, oh, are you sure you weren't trying to select this word? And I'm like, dude, oh my, it just like it literally drives me up a fucking wall. I wish that didn't exist.
Mariana, there's so much news in America this week. In Washington, we've been covering the developments in Syria. We've been watching appointments to the Trump administration. But the only story we're really all talking about among ourselves, to be honest, whenever we gather around the kettle, is the suspected United Healthcare shooter in New York, Luigi Mangione. First of all, the manhunt for him, and then everything we've discovered about him since he was arrested. It is gripping.
Yeah, and he's not just been the talk of Washington, D.C. from the sounds of it, Sarah. He's also been the talk of social media. I mean, you almost cannot move for the amount of posts and content about this man. Everything from people digging up his own kind of social media profiles, the kinds of stuff he's been reading and reviewing, but then also different people posting their takes and views about what's happened, abuse targeting people in McDonald's who spotted him, you name it. Everything is unfolding online. So it feels like it's a very appropriate topic for today's episode.
Welcome to Americast.
Americast from BBC News.
Hello, it's Sarah here. I have actually flown back to Scotland and I'm talking to you from Edinburgh.
It's Anthony. I'm still here in Washington, D.C. in the BBC Bureau.
And it is Mariana in the worldwide headquarters of Americast in London.
So we're going to go through this story that's got all of us so gripped and look at, well, firstly, what's actually been going on, what's true about what's happened, but mostly at the reaction to it, because it's been surprising, in some places actually shocking, what people have been saying about this shooting, but also what it reveals about America, American society, its healthcare, but also its attitudes to each other. So before we get to all of that, though, let's go through something of a timeline of exactly what it was that unfolded, first of all, in New York this week.
Yeah, so some people might be quite familiar now with the CCTV footage that showed that moment where Brian Thompson was shot close to the Hilton Hotel in New York. And people have poured over not just the footage that showed this moment where the suspect kind of pulled out a gun and shot him at pretty close range, but then the images that were subsequently released by the police showing the suspect with his mask pulled down. There were suggestions he'd been sort of flirting with someone in a hostel, and that's where that picture had come from. There are also images that seem to show him visiting a Starbucks at some point. And so, as is often the case now, when anything big happens, the internet sleuths kind of got to work trying to unpick and analyse what was going on here. And I think kind of initially there was that feeling, Sarah and Anthony, that this was a kind of, was it a serious operation? Was it a kind of trained assassin? What was going on here? Particularly because it took several days before there was any news at all about who this person might be.
I mean, the closed-circuit TV video was pretty cold-blooded. I mean, he walked up, took dead aim, shot him in the back, and then walked over afterwards and shot him several more times before calmly running away. He actually, his gun jammed at one point, and he unjammed it also. All of it looked very, very smooth. It's not the kind of thing you would expect from someone who had never killed a person before. And I think that may be why some of the people were speculating that this was a hired hit. Although to do it in a busy city, Midtown Manhattan, where all of these cameras are, it wasn't long before, as you mentioned, all of these different videos started surfacing. They knew he ran into Central Park to elude the immediate investigation. They found a backpack that they suspected was his in Central Park, full of Monopoly money. They knew that the suspect may have come to New York City on a bus that originated in Atlanta, and then it was only a matter of time before they put out I think it was a $50,000 reward and began expanding the net to try to track him down.
It was days, though, before he was found. And although he did do this just brazenly in the middle of the street in Midtown Manhattan, he then escaped. He disappeared into Central Park. The police couldn't find him. And all through the weekend, for instance, every time I went out to a Christmas party or whatever, firstly, it's all anyone was talking about, with this kind of slight sense that people were rooting for him. They didn't want to say it necessarily because you don't want to condone a murder like that. But there was a bit of a sense that, maybe the longer he could stay out there, it somehow made for a braver tale of daring do. Once we probably had excluded the idea that he was a professional hitman, the idea that he was just, an amateur who had planned this so well using a fake ID to check into the hostel and to travel to Manhattan in the first place. And as you say, Anthony, the way in which he cleared a blockage in the gun made it look as though this was somebody who wasn't unfamiliar with firearms. So it built up this astonishing, mysterious picture of somebody who didn't look like a rank amateur, but at the same time didn't appear to be a hired professional. And therefore, that's the point at which people were speculating about the motive and the fact that the victim was the chief executive officer of this huge healthcare insurance company, United Healthcare, one of the biggest in America, and one that had been a bit controversial for refusing people's health claims. He'd been called up in front of Congress to talk about that sometime earlier. That just put together this story that everybody was fascinated by.
And like you kind of mentioned there,
I think it's amazing just how transfixed people over here at the BBC seem to be by this. She did say it was all people are talking about around the kettle? Yeah, and when she was describing it, it almost sounded like she was, I don't know, telling some sort of a tale. Like, I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, it's not just the United States focusing in on this one. Everyone seems to be taking note of this individual, Luigi Mangione. And if you haven't seen this for whatever reason, I figured we'd watch this again. It's the weekend, so I figured we'd try and start trying to have fun. For some, it's already Sunday fun day, so you know that's why I try to make Saturday more fun.
So it's an interesting interaction you had with the inmates from over the chain link. Tell me about it, Alex.
Yeah, pretty unbelievable moment. And Ashley, I can tell you at this very moment, I can look over my left shoulder up at the top of this prison wall, see through a window, and see that your face is right there. They're watching Banfield at this exact moment as they promised they would.
Literally
All right, so
see
let's backtrack a little bit, okay?
the
So
TV
earlier
from
today, I was
outside.
reporting outside this prison wall. Oh my gosh. I'm not sure if you just heard that, Ashley. That was them screaming.
I just waved. Alex, I just waved, and that was the...
Can you hear that?
Hi, guys. Say hello to Alex Capriello.
They said, we got you, Alex. Ashley says hello.
I can't believe this.
There they are. I can't tell if you can hear this.
Oh, we can hear it.
There you go.
Hi, guys.
Look up at that window.
Let me yell them a question. Alex, hold on. Let me yell a question. Guys, if you can hear me clearly,
okay.
Do you guys have any sights on Luigi Mangione? Just yell yes or no. I don't know if they're answering.
They're flickering up. They're saying no. Go
They're
ahead,
saying
ask
no,
another
they
one.
don't
They can
have
hear
sights.
you.
Okay. You'll have to translate, Alex.
I think he said Luigi's watching right now.
All right, so earlier today...
Wait, hold on. Wait a second. Go back. Can you hear that? Hold on. Gotta hear that again. Wait.
They don't have sights. Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said. He said Luigi's...
You'll have to translate, Alex.
I don't want to yell like
so,
he
earlier today, I was reporting outside these prison
Oh my
walls
God.
when all of a sudden I heard my name, and I couldn't tell if they were, catcalling me or hey, or even saying my name whatsoever. And so I started reporting on Luigi Mangione's prison conditions as I was finding them out. And as soon as the live shot was over, that's when I turned around and they said, the conditions suck. And so that was my confirmation. Oh my gosh, they're watching news. The camera I recorded, and here's more of that interaction. Take a look from earlier today.
Oh no. Uh-oh, we're lagging. Why are we lagging? Not cool, man. Are we good now? Are we good? Are we back? Are we back? I think we're back. All right. You know, I need to do. I don't know why I haven't done this yet, but this should have happened a long time ago at this point. Oh no, are we gray screening? Did I just see a gray screen? I think we're okay. Back, but is it doing the gray pixelation screen right now? I love that one. That one's hilarious. I'm sure it's not hilarious to you, but I find it somewhat amusing for moments. It's better than the regular lag, just because it's more interesting to look at. Hold on, I need to do this though. Please hold. Okay. There we go. All right, going back here. Where does this actually happen? I think it's right here, I want to say. What's that sound like? Is that too far? No, it's perfect. Fantastic. Oh, it's perfect. Okay. Hold on. Please hold. Look, it's just important I do this right now. I've been really bad at getting my normal list done lately. So if I don't do it now, it'll never happen. That'll be sad. We'll all be like, why didn't that ever happen? And I'll be like, I don't know. It's my responsibility.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Blam. Wait. I have to edit it. 1 second. It's important. Okay, it's like right there. It's hard with the fucking wind. The wind is killing me right now. I'm actually seeing the sound wave. I think it ends like right here. It's hard to get it right on here. The fucking... They had no wind protection on this microphone. Alright, I'll perfect it later. Actually, I think I see it now. I think it's starting to make sense. Yeah, there it is. Okay, there we go. Oh, I could filter it. You're right. I should just filter over it. Will that make it? Well, no, the problem is even if I filter over, the sound wave itself is going to stay looking the same. That's the problem, is I can't discern it, and I would have to run the filter and then... No, I'm not doing that. Alright, we're going back. We're going back to doing things now. Alright. You're just noticing the new decor? Yeah, added some fancy aquariums to the spaceship. Alright, oh boy, here we go. Alright, let's keep talking about this, but we're actually going to talk about the Daniel Penny thing as well. This next horrifying video, which we're all about to have to watch, is an interview of Peter Thiel on the Piers Morgan Uncensored channel. And he had some stuff to say both on Daniel Penny, on Luigi Mangione, and some other creepy stuff. So let's go here.
I mean, like you might consider it.
Sure. I think I'm actually signed up for. Yeah, I'm signed up for a cryonics policy.
What a creep!
I don't particularly think this works, but it was again more just almost an ideological.
What kind of person has a cryonics policy? Anybody? Anybody know? Like, exactly how rich do you have to be to have a cryonics policy? Because you're such a narcissist that you think your brain needs to be frozen or your whole body needs to be frozen for posterity? So you can come back and rule the world in 2500 or whatever it is when they figure out the technology? I mean, what in the fuck? What kind of person has a cryonics policy? This dude's a fucking creep.
Follow the rich white man. I don't particularly think this works, but it was again more just almost an ideological statement that I want to do more, and we should be trying to do more in all of these different dimensions. But yeah, look, I think the way I would relate it to Christianity is that perhaps there is no rational way to think about one's mortality, and so if you are an atheist who believes this is the only life you have and then it will be over, the way you deal with it is not rationally by thinking about it.
I'm sorry. You're saying human mortality is not rational? Like, accepting human mortality is not rational. That's Peter Thiel. He's like, actually, if you want to be scientific, you have to think we're gods, okay? You can't be a scientist if you don't think that humans live forever.
What you talking about?
You know, the way you deal with it is not rationally by thinking about it. If you think about it, you will go insane.
Right.
You deal with it by avoiding it, by not thinking about it.
Yes.
And then this sort of psychological avoidance mechanism, you know, one of the things.
What are you talking about? The Bible is a psychological avoidance mechanism. Accepting mortality. What leftists are out there saying we don't accept our mortality? What the fuck is this guy on about?
It results in is you don't even do the science anymore.
I can't believe this guy is a billionaire.
At some
and
point,
Piers Morgan loves him. Watch his face. This entire interview, he nods and agrees and sort of like what's the word? He just sort of genuflects to this guy this entire time. It's a multi-millionaire and a multi-billionaire having a conversation about how we should all be thinking about things. This is what we need. We need these mighty men of valor to tell us what to think.
Like to actually work really hard on the science. Yeah, rationally, you're correct. You should be working on the science in order to live forever. But you'd have to think about your death too much to work on the science, and that would disturb you so much. So I think
okay, this is one of the dumbest things ever. Seriously. We're also preoccupied thinking about our own deaths that we're not able to think about science. It's mystifying. I have no idea what this man's talking about. Don't we talk about science a fair bit here? I'm pretty sure we do.
Are not even able.
I'm not saying I'm doing the science personally.
So I assume you believe in you believe in God, do you?
What's wrong with this guy?
I would describe myself as a Christian. Yes, I always think God is. I believe in Christ. I think. I think
Christ.
I think God is a.
What's up with this guy?
We don't know that much about God, and the Christian view is you can only have knowledge of God through Christ. If you're strictly monotheistic in Judaism, Islam, you end up you have a certain picture of God, but it's very, very fuzzy, and God is not.
Didn't he just say that he doesn't have a... I'm confused. So everybody doesn't have a clear picture of God. Is that what's happening?
Is in a deep sense not knowable. So
right.
I'm Trinitarian
because it's
Christian.
Basically,
and that's how I would anchor my knowledge on God.
Do you pray?
So it's not belief about God that matters. It's what we need is knowledge about God.
Right. But do you pray in that case?
I'm not sure what that means. We need to, actually maybe that's why these guys are so obsessed with space. Maybe that's why they want to go colonize Mars. Maybe they're thinking God's actually on Mars, and that's where we can find more evidence about God. Not enough evidence for God on Earth, but maybe somewhere else there's more evidence for God, which would be weird because I'm pretty sure in the Bible it says that God made man in his image. These are the words of the Bible, I believe. And that, the Earth is basically God's greatest creation. Right? And so why would there be more evidence somewhere else? I'm just confused. There's not enough evidence here. What's happening?
Not as much as I should.
Oh, he doesn't pray enough. Oh, you've been a bad boy.
Well, I wanted to talk to you about the two stories in the news this week, one of which you got dragged into just by circumstance. But the first one was the incident on the subway with this Marine veteran who restrained somebody who then sadly died, who'd just been acquitted. What did you think of that story? Because it seemed to me, if we went back 20, 30 years, this guy would have been immediately lauded as a hero.
Oh.
And yet there was a concerted effort on the left to paint him immediately as a white supremacist, a villain, a criminal, a murderer, and so on, from people like Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez and right the way down. What did you make of that story?
I'm sorry, choking somebody out on the subway who wasn't physically attacking you does sound like a crime. Does sound like murder. At least manslaughter, which is what they were originally charging him with.
Like Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez and right the way down. What did you make of that story?
Man, I always don't know enough about the particulars of these stories, and then it somehow matters. It matters. The specifics matter a great deal.
Right.
But yes, so with the caveat that I don't know that much about the particulars on it. Yeah, my instincts are that if we don't have people like that standing up against crime in a sort of citizen's capacity, I don't think of him as a vigilante. I think of him as as a crime stopper and.
So it took him very little time. He immediately, if you noticed, immediately came to a conclusion on this. He came to an answer immediately. He gave a caveat. He said, I don't know a lot about Daniel as a person. But with that said, and with a little information that I have, yes, in fact, indeed, Daniel Penny, he's no vigilante. He is a hero. He is a crime stopper. He's like a police. He's like a guy without a badge who should be in the police, but he's not. Okay.
And you'd have you'll have a far more violent world if you stop people like that than if you than if you don't. And so that's where I think the intuitions seem very, very wrong.
Yeah.
And then I don't the AOC thing seems so great. It's almost like you want to create more crime, you want to create more chaos or something like that. And I don't know if it's fully that intentional. But
Who said that?
That's what
nobody. Oh, it's not intentional. I see. It's just it's happenstance. It's all leftists. They're just making more chaos on the streets,
or something like that. And I don't know if it's fully that intentional, but that's what.
Well, I just found it extraordinary that a Democratic congresswoman
okay.
would go on record as calling it immediately murder, which is what she did. And you think, what message are you sending to people who are on a subway that is already crime-ridden?
I think she was just identifying what happened, Pierce. I think she, honestly.
And you see something like this happen. You see women and children terrified. 9 out of the 11 witnesses all said it was the most terrifying thing they'd ever been exposed to on the subway. And you get this one guy who intervenes and stops what may have been a horrific incident.
What?
He's branded a murderer by a lawmaker in America.
You can't even state what the incident would have been. It's just so horrific. You can't even put words to it. It's utterly horrifying. I don't know what it would have been, but the incident could have been historically terrible.
And you just think, well, what message are you trying to send to people? That you can never intervene to try and protect women and children on a subway? Is that
no one's saying that. No one's saying that. Literally no one's saying that. Because that's not what happened, right? Like, this dude had ample opportunity to stop choking this guy. There were plenty of other people around. If everybody wanted this guy to be restrained, right? Which, in fact, there is some counter evidence to what Piers is trying to say right now, because not everybody was on board with this killing that happened. 6 minutes is a long-ass time, especially when you're holding on to somebody who is struggling. Okay? I just want you to just think about that, right? Because things are different when you're in the middle of a physical altercation, right? You got adrenaline and all these other sorts of things going on, right? Time, does some weird shit. And, 6 minutes is a long-ass time to be holding on to someone, right? Like, think about doing 6 minutes straight of physical activity, okay? That's plenty. There's plenty of time during that time to be like, you know what? Wow, I put a lot of effort into this. Maybe I should make sure this guy is okay, right? Especially somebody who's trained martially, So, but, you know, because technically, people in the military, people in the Marines receive combat training. I don't know if you knew that. Hand-to-hand training.
Most baffling part
On what, you know, what does and doesn't kill people, right? Like how to kill people.
Yeah, I always, it's probably.
Sorry, we gotta go back. Because this is, I think, the part where he completely. This is where you talk about.
To try and protect women and children on a subway. Is
Oh,
that
no, this
really
isn't
what
it.
you want to say
This isn't
to
it.
Americans? I just found that the most baffling part of it.
Yeah, mental forms and in its anti-crime forms, that's extraordinarily elitist, because the elite liberal answer is it doesn't affect you if you're not on the subway or if you're in a nice secure building in Manhattan, and so it's a way to.
Who's saying? Nobody is saying that crime doesn't affect you. What is this guy talking about? I've never heard any Democrat say that crime doesn't affect people on the subway. Not one time have I ever heard that. This is a ridiculous claim.
Increase class differences, and then this is the way.
That's what Peter Thiel wants.
I don't know.
It's like this is the biggest case of projection ever. This guy is the biggest fucking elitist ever. Okay, if he could have, he would have choked out that homeless guy himself.
Completely agree. The other big story
He is a
of course, has
eugenicist.
been the murder of the healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, and you were dragged into this, like I said, through no fault of your own. But the alleged killer shared a video which featured you. Let's take a look at this.
I think there's this very strange phenomenon in Silicon Valley where a lot of the most talented startups.
By the way, that's not my claim. This guy actually, during this horrifying hour and 30-minute interview with Piers Morgan, talks about how eugenics. He talks about eugenics, and if I recall correctly, he talks about how they were actually good and misunderstood. We just don't have time to go through all. We're just not going to spend 3 hours going. I'm sorry. We just don't have time for that today. But there was some completely. This guy is such a fucking weirdo, and he makes so many claims during this stuff that really should have been pointed all inwards. And he's just, I don't know. I think he's incapable of seeing his own hand in any of this, or refuses to, some combination of the two.
Run by people who are suffering from a mild form of Asperger's. And I think we need to always turn this fact around and view this as an indictment of our whole society. Because what does it say about our society when anyone who does not suffer from Asperger's, who is socially well adapted, will be talked out of all of their original creative ideas before they're even fully formed? Who will sense, this is a little bit too weird, that's a little bit strange, that sounds a little bit crazy, people are looking at me in a weird way. And I think this is something that we must all realize is sort of a deeply endemic problem.
When you heard that he'd done this shooter, alleged shooter, Luigi
Mangione. I'd not heard. This is the first time I'm hearing, Piers, this is the first time I'm hearing this. So can you explain to me what the link was?
Yeah, so the person who is alleged to have shot and killed the healthcare CEO, Brian Thompson, Luigi Mangione, on his social media feed, amongst many things, he'd retweeted stuff by Elon and others, but also by you, including that video clip of you. He just happened to post it and urge his followers to listen to it. So your name just got pulled into it purely by that reason. What's your reaction to that?
Man, it's I don't know. There's always a part of me that thinks articulating certain views is always very dangerous, and it can, obviously there are all these anti-free speech arguments that we should restrict speech because it's going to trigger people in all kinds of crazy ways. But I would have never thought that saying something like that would be that triggering. And it was not, by the way, a pro-Asperger's comment. It was more a commentary on how there's something that's gone very haywire in a.
There's something that's gone haywire in this guy's brain. I'm almost certain of it, okay? He weirds me out every time he fucking talks. I just get such a bad vibe from this dude.
The socialization processes that we have, where if people...
Like, when I imagine the future dystopia, this is the vibe I get from him. Whenever I hear Peter Thiel talk about stuff, I get the vibe that he genuinely embraces and wants the future techno dystopia that's like pictured in like, I don't know if anybody's seen Altered Carbon before, but that's who this guy, like, I genuinely feel like he is. Like, he thinks that himself and others like Elon Musk deserve to rule over society, and in fact society should be somehow more accommodating of their goals. Like, he just genuinely, like, seems like such a strange and creepy guy. And the fact that he has as much power and money as he does to be able to enact the things that are going on in his fucking brain, it just creeps me out. It really does. He's got some very, very strange ideas about things.
Pick up on social cues. They somehow end up going down these very conventional career tracks, becoming MBAs, going down these very, very track jobs. But man,
he doesn't understand. It's weird.
Straightforwardly understand.
It's like he has a criticism of the very system that props him up, but doesn't actually. He can't go any further than the surface criticism of that people are doing this thing that he perceives as not good. Right? He can't explain why it's bad. He can't even point to what else they should be doing aside from what he's doing, which essentially necessitates the need for more people exactly like that. MBAs and finance professionals are exactly... This dude started PayPal, and he's complaining about too many MBAs and finance professionals? Well, what in the fuck is he talking about?
That's... how that's connected to what he did.
Well, I don't think it is, actually, to be fair. I think it's one of the things that he posted. So, in fact, thanks to Elon, initially his X feed was deleted by someone at X, but Elon made them put it back. So you can see all the stuff he'd been posting. And this happened to be one of the things that he had posted. And so it pulled you in purely in that regard. But there is a big debate raging about this incident, which is that a lot of people on the left have been expressing. I had one on, Taylor Lorenz, who was a former Washington Post journalist, came on my show on Monday and said she felt joy when she heard that this healthcare executive had been...
Okay, this is fucking hilarious. So this is from 2 days ago. So 5 days into all of this, at least 5, maybe 6 or more days now, actually. I'm trying to think of exactly when this all started. But actually more than that, it was probably like 7, nearly a full week of all of this going on, with plenty of time for Piers Morgan to check in with some people, right? And maybe like the internet. But instead of doing that, Piers Morgan just decided, sort of unilaterally, without any sort of evidence, I guess anecdote. Truly, I guess not unilaterally. It's an anecdote, right? Because he spoke to one person and then decided that portrayed an entire group of people, and then forgot to check in with right-wingers, essentially. And it's fascinating because there is a ton of right-wingers and Republican-leaning or just Republicans, people, just normal people who have had problems with healthcare, who are all over the fucking internet right now. YouTube message, like Reddit, whatever, but literally all over the fucking place. And they're also all about this guy because they too have experienced this shit. But Piers, for whatever reason, he's like, it's all these leftist Taylor Lorenz, blah blah blah. Oh, this horrifying journalist woman.
I said she felt joy.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Healthcare executive had been gunned down and murdered. That she was pleased it had happened, because she held him accountable for denying cover for, I think it's 30% of all claims. And separately, you've seen a very weird, quite twisted thing developing on social media where he's been described as the hot assassin because he's a good-looking guy.
I love this.
As if somehow that's an appropriate way to respond.
Piers Morgan is so disconnected
what do you
from
make
shit.
of this?
And what's fascinating to me is Piers Morgan, he's nowhere near as rich as Peter Thiel here. I know he's very, very rich, but he's not nearly, but he's just as disconnected as Peter Thiel here. I mean, sure, their brains function differently. I mean, you know, Piers Morgan is just a classic British conservative twit. And, you know, Peter is a future idiot. But the point is they both have the exact same amount of disconnectedness from the regular people. You know, it's fascinating.
I don't think one should ever glamorize murder, and man, it probably just, it tells us more about how crazy some of these people are who are saying these things.
It's so crazy.
You know, I don't think it tells us.
We're all crazy. Everybody's crazy, Peter. All the people are crazy. That's right. Okay. That's what you think? We're all just crazy because people are being repressed by a completely unfair system that you personally benefit every second. I mean, this guy is so rich. I mean, he probably makes... I'm trying to think. Hold on. Let me do some quick math. How much money does this guy fucking make? So yeah, Peter Thiel's worth over $10 billion. He's 58 years old. And so if he started working, let's just say he started working when he was 18 years old. Right, so that's 40 years. Let's just assume 40 hours a week. Now I'm sure he worked more than that. He's a very ambitious guy. We're just going to say 40 a week. So we go 40. Whoops. 40 times 52. Wait, nope, I fucked up. 40 times 52. Yep, times... Was it, how many years did we say? 40 years. Wait, no, I already said 40 times 52. That's the number of weeks. All right, so we've got to go down to hours. Yeah, okay, there we go. 124,800 was 11 billion. So let's do this. 11 billion. What did I say? What was this? So he's basically made $68,000 an hour. If he's worked a 40 an hour, if he had worked a 48-hour job, like a week, essentially, that job essentially would have paid him. What did I say just now? What was that insane number I just said? Anybody remember that? $67,901, essentially. You know, as a rough estimate. That's basically, if he started working at the age of 18, I have no idea about his personal history. Point is over the last 40 years, he's made probably as much as most people in chat have made on a yearly basis, on an hourly basis. Think about the insane disparity in all of that. This guy just can't seem to understand. It's just crazy. There's just people who are fucking crazy. He can't understand it. It's just it's nonsense that people would feel any sort of respect for this man.
That much about this case, but it tells us, man, we're in a really crazy society where people, and it's all sort of fake, right? It's like,
I feel like this guy is calculating how he's going to be able to completely, like, he looks tired right now. Honestly, I've seen him in a lot of different, like, interviews over the years. I feel like he looks more tired than usual. I feel like he hasn't been getting a lot of sleep lately. I feel like he's been thinking about how he can remove himself from the peasantry even more, right? Like, this guy's, like, losing sleep because he is scared out of his mind that somebody's going to think, you know what, motherfucker, you've really been bothersome to a lot of people yourself and have enriched yourself on the backs of other people and might come to the same conclusion about him. And I think that's keeping him up at night. I think it's keeping him from having any sort of calm in his life. I just get that sense.
You know,
him and all of his best friends.
is
all of his best friends are all billionaires and multimillionaires, and essentially this puts them all in jeopardy. Just the sort of implicit what do you call it, like the like the implicit sort of god damn, my brain just broke. Like state of things, I guess, is what I was trying to say. That's not quite the word I was looking for.
willing to do this herself or whatever, right? And so it's just this weird fake left-wing aesthetic of violence.
It's this weird fake left-wing aesthetic of violence. These dudes don't even know the people that they love, that love them, right? Because the fact is right-wingers love these two dudes, but they don't even know what these people are thinking right now. The people who haven't made it to the top of the pile, people whose parents, who maybe themselves have had to deal with this kind of stuff. Because it is hilarious. They both seem to think it's just a left-wing thing. That it's just the wokes. Okay, no, it's fine. I keep saying that. I hope they all keep staying as tone deaf as this. Maybe some people will wake up and start realizing, you know what, these assholes don't really seem to get it. I don't know. One can hope. The fact is, it's just the system has only served people like Peter Thiel and Piers Morgan up to this point, and continues to become even more tilted in their favor. All right, let's go to this. We're not done. ABC 7 from yesterday. Billboard pops up in Colton. What sort of billboard? Let's find out.
Prosecutors in New York have started presenting evidence to a grand jury in the murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. But the suspect, Luigi Mangione, is still in jail in Pennsylvania fighting extradition. We already know what some of the evidence is: fingerprints and shell casings that investigators say match a gun found in Mangione's possession. Meanwhile, more controversy over apparent support for Mangione, including tens of thousands of dollars in crowdfunding donations for his defense and a Free Luigi sign that has gone up here in the IE. Free Luigi!
United States military. Okay. Well, there you go. There you go, people. Free Luigi. He's a hero. Billboard popped up. Oh, boy. Free Luigi. All right. Now, we're not done talking about all this. Fact is, we were talking about Daniel Penny, and we're not done talking about Daniel Penny. We're also going to talk about Jordan Neely. And we're going to do this a couple different ways. First way, we're going to do this. Breaking news from earlier today. 6 hours ago, Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, Pete Hegseth, Tulsi Gabbard. Who else showed up to this thing? Elon Musk, I think, showed up to it, among others. But they had a special guest of honor at this game. That being Daniel fucking Penny.
Illegal. United States Military Academy Chaplain, Colonel David Olas.
I invite you to pray with me. I lift up my eyes to the hills. Where does my help come from? My help comes from the Lord, the maker of heaven and earth. Almighty God, we gather with hearts full of gratitude and pride as we witness America's game. The 125th contest between Army and Navy. This tradition reflects not just the spirit of competition, but the enduring.
You wonder if Luigi likes thin crust or pan style pizza? Now, I assume that he likes thin crust, usually. But in this moment, being in jail, I'll bet he'd prefer a pan pizza right now. If you get what I'm saying.
Our nation, selfless service, sacrifice, and commitment. And we stand in awe of these cadets and midshipmen who are willing to lay down their lives for every spectator in the stands. May their grit, teamwork, and violence of action today demonstrate our resolve to defend our country tomorrow and as long as we have breath. Lord, we entrust these athletes and this game to you, not only for its outcome, but for the character it shapes in those who compete.
You know what I'm saying though? Like, because pan pizza, you can hide something in the pan pizza. It's like sort of got some depth. Sort of a classic, crime bust out, jail bust out thing, right? Smuggling a cake, smuggling a pie. Perhaps a pizza pie.
Fields of friendly strife, and inspire each of us to lift up our eyes to you in all of life's challenges. Bless these warriors, bless those who cheer them on, and God bless the United States of America. In your name I pray.
Look at Mike Johnson. He's so proud. He's all like Mike is such a strange fucking dude. I feel like he's just this little Republican cheerleader guy, right? Like that's basically what he's got to do. He's just got to rally the troops. He's got to sort of, yeah, we're doing great.
And now, please remain standing for the singing of our national anthem. Performed today by the combined fleet clubs, the United States Military Academy and the United States Naval Academy, under the direction of Connie Chase.
Does Sbarro still exist? I thought that was gone, long gone. I thought there was basically 0 Sbarros left. And didn't they go out of business? Unpopular opinion, I like Sbarros. It's been a long time since I've had some Sbarros. I recall it being pretty decent for mall food as it goes. They still have them at rest areas. Okay, like on the highway. Interesting. Why is he saluting the flag? This is not what you do. What is happening? Is he having a senior moment or something? Or is he just extra inspired because he's president now? You're supposed to put your hand over your heart. I'm so confused. Is at any point does he switch it to his? Does he switch it? No. Even Pete Hegseth is confused. He's like, am I supposed to be saluting right now? It'd be hilarious if they did switch. If JD Vance and Pete Hegseth switched to a fucking salute at the same time. Oh my god. Would have been hilarious. It also would have been genuinely concerning. I feel like if they had, it would have ushered in fascism immediately before the inauguration. Having a good time, chilling with the boys. A couple ladies there, but they're just, you know, they're just sort of dressing. Even Tulsi, got to sit in the background. You're not a main character, okay? Gotta be one of the boys. Gotta be one of the boys. Tony D's pizza. Okay, it was the greasiest pizza ever, but as a teenager, it was fantastic. I can't deny it. It came with a thick coating of oil on it, but that somehow made it better. Do you see it? Like they're like boxing out poor Tulsi back here. She's the woman former Democrat of the group in the boys club, and she's not really on. She's not even really on the team. I feel, you know. Do you see her back there? She's trying to get in. She can't. Mike Johnson doesn't even know she exists. Didn't you used to be a Democrat, Tulsi? Get away from me. She just wants to be one of the boys. Oh, Mike noticed Tulsi. That's right. Oh, I noticed you, Tulsi. I forgot. I know you exist. So sorry. No, you can't stand between me and Trump. The Tulsi cam is the best part of this right now. Wow, Pete's having a good time. Look at him laughing like a schoolboy. He's having a great time. Let's go back. Let's watch that again. Him and JD. Oh, they are pals. Look at these two. JD must have jokes today. Let's see what I gotta know what was so funny. He's pointing. Okay, saying something about down there. Yeah, I like that. She still can't get in there. She's trying so hard. Oh, no. Oh, poor Tulsi. She will eventually be able to. She's playing a good offense, but the fact is Mike Johnson plays a better defense. You know, as the Speaker of the House, he's got a strong defensive game. He knows how to guard the paint, right? Oh, Pete must have jokes. Do you see that one? Pete's telling jokes now. We gotta see. I wish I could see what Pete's saying right now, because that really just got JD. JD was utterly. Now Trump looks somewhat concerned in this photo. Not sure why. Begrudging smile. Is he having gas or something? Is he having a senior moment right now? Looks like Trump is maybe experiencing some sort of gastric distress. Ooh, yeah. Is he farting? Yeah, it was a fart. That was definitely a fart. Ooh, Mike can smell it. Ooh, that's a bad one. I think he did. I think he just crop dusted the fucking box just now. A presidential crop dusting. Holy shit. I'm sorry. We have to watch that again. I think he did. I really do think he did. Look at that face. So strained. What's that smell? Oh god, I think it's the president's farts. Oh, that smells. I gotta move away from here. What did you do there, Mike? It's not me, it's the president. He farted.
Sergeant Major of the Army, Michael A. Weimer, the 61st Superintendent of the United States Military.
What do you think of that smell, Mikey boy? Is that good for you? It's 3 Big Macs and a 10-piece nugget. It genuinely looks like Mike Johnson is holding his breath now. I take it back. The Tulsi cam was taken over by the fart cam. Truly incredible. People are having such a great time here. Hold on. Let's go to. This is the next one. This is where you can see Daniel Penny shows up to the game. Everybody left the window to talk to Daniel. Look at this. He's getting the full treatment. Whole Trump administration's coming in to talk to this guy. Is that Usha? That's Usha. Mike Johnson needs to get a good photo here. Okay, Mike. Well, there you go. Daniel Penny got the royal treatment here at the Army-Navy game. Got to be in the presidential crop dusting box. All the boys. All right. Moving along to talking about Jordan Neely, who genuinely deserves a bit more fucking discussion, considering he's the guy who died. However, I feel like, unfortunately, we are often sort of just more focused on... Oh, I almost forgot. Before we go to that, somebody else popped up in the box. Can you guess who? He spent the most money on Donald Trump's election, more money than any single individual ever has. Can you guess who showed up? Oh, I see a smarmy, dickish face in the background. Well, there you go. Elon Musk, of course, had to come up to gloat about how he's bought himself into government. I guess if I was a literal villain trying to take over the world, I would probably gloat too, because he seemingly has successfully bought his way into government. without having done literally anything but that. Just giving money to the person who won. Seems like a lot of people have managed to do that in this case somehow. All right. Here we go.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We look now at the tragic deaths of 2 Black men who died while experiencing mental health crises. Both of these stories contain graphic descriptions of violence. We begin here in New York, where protests are continuing after a jury Monday acquitted subway vigilante Daniel Penny in the chokehold death of the street performer Jordan Neely on a Manhattan subway train last May, finding Penny not guilty of criminally negligent homicide. Neely was just 30 years old and a beloved Michael Jackson impersonator. He was unhoused, he was hungry, he was crying out for help when Penny, a white former U.S. Marine, attacked him, pinned him down on a subway train by the neck for 6 minutes. Neely's family has separately filed a civil lawsuit against Penny. Neely's father, Andre Zachary, was removed from the New York courtroom Monday after protesting the not guilty verdict, along with others. Zachary spoke from outside the courthouse.
I miss my son. My son didn't have to go through this. I didn't have to go through this either. It hurts. Really, really hurts. What are we gonna do, people? What's gonna happen to us now? I had enough of this. The system is rigged. Come on, people.
Seriously. And this shit is disgusting. We've talked about it in this length of time that it took. The 6 minutes is an incredibly long time. And the fact is you don't have to actually have no air to die, right? There's multiple things that can happen when you're being choked, including loss of blood flow, right? There's a bunch of important arteries in the neck, right, that help supply blood, and if those are cut off, then blood can't flow through the system and you die, right? If you can't get enough oxygen, you die, right? These are facts. Even if you're not being completely choked, you can still die.
Let's do something about this.
For more, we're joined by Christopher Neely, uncle of Jordan Neely. He was in the courtroom during parts of the trial.
This dude's...
thank you so much for...
This dude's jacket and hat game is insane. I gotta say, I know this is a serious topic, but back here, he's looking like a fucking Royal Mounted Police, and then he comes back here and he's like a cowboy. This guy is going hard.
For being with us, Christopher. Our deepest condolences on the loss of your nephew. And I'm so sorry that as you were in the courtroom, you had to see over and over again what happened to your nephew.
Yes.
Can you share your reaction to the verdict?
I was totally taken aback. It was very hurtful. It was so unexpected. Friday, before the judge sent the jury away for the weekend to tell them to have a good weekend and think on their verdict, we had people in the jury fighting for Jordan Neely. They were fighting for him. People believe that Jordan Neely should have been alive today. A lot of people did.
Tell us about who Jordan was. I know you brought something that is very precious to you, that was precious to Jordan.
Yes. Jordan, first of all, he was my sister's son. He stayed with me and my sister. We grew up in the house together. he was just a wonderful kid. He loved sports. He loved art. He loved to dance, and he loved to play chess. Like, I've been a chess player for a long time, and on my free time, I would play with him, and he really enjoyed the game. He liked to dress up. He always liked to look in the mirror and dance with the microphone, get his colors, anything shiny, anything shiny.
You brought a Michael Jackson jacket?
Yes,
Can you show us?
Yes, I did. This is a remake that that I had got Jordan.
Jesus Christ. See what I mean? This guy takes the jackets seriously. I don't know. I don't know if he's got like some sort of like jacket maker in his basement or something, but he's like really, like he's really got the jacket game going. Strong. The force is strong with this one.
Performing as Michael Jackson. Yes. He was very well recognized. You, Christopher, as Jordan's uncle, would go around the city looking for him sometimes. Is that right? Subway stops, bus stops?
That's correct. Anywhere I can find him, the bus terminal, wherever I think he might be, like if it's cold, where he might be at, or whatever the case might be, especially when I found out that he was smoking weed. That was the first thing I found out about him. He was smoking weed, so I wanted to get on him about that and staying strong and just, like, you know, coming home.
Can you talk about how the police dealt with what happened? How the police dealt with the man who killed your nephew?
You know, I gotta say, when I heard him say that particular part, it did make me think that potentially there was some amount of friction between him and his family. My sense is that this guy is probably a Republican. Just my guess. I mean, he's wearing a cross. He talks during this interview a little bit about, like, you know, religion, I think, at one point. I think he, like, mentions it. But he just gives me the sense that he sort of leans in that direction. I honestly have no idea. But I guess, you know, it's like this you know, Jordan Neely was clearly somebody who was dealing with a ton of stuff, including homelessness. And what he was met with on that day was violence, and never got to see whatever potential he may have had.
And what happened on that day, what you came to understand?
It was buddy-buddy. I mean, when you look at the interview, it seems like they were buddy-buddy. They were leading him into finding out what occurred, but
we don't know really. No, absolutely. I don't know what this guy's actual political leanings are, but when you got somebody wearing a cross and also saying, you know, trying to get the guy off the weed, I think most people who are kind of to the left at this point know that weed is essentially being legalized federally the same way that, you know, alcohol and tobacco might be. And, you know, I think, I don't know, I'm just saying, I think that's just the way it was framed for me just gave me vibes, and that's it.
After they found out what occurred and they knew that he was dead, they still treated him like buddy. You know, he was a Marine. The officer was an ex-Marine, ex-military. He treated him like he was his friend, his buddy or pal. No handcuffs, no nothing. That's just unheard of.
We're talking about Daniel Penny, the ex-Marine. Very different than what happened just in this last week as we witnessed this nationwide manhunt against the killer of Brian Thompson, the CEO of United Healthcare.
The Jordan Neely case at all. They actually let him go. They let him go.
They let Daniel Penny go.
We had to fight for justice.
He put him in a chokehold, even when he said that he was defending the other passengers from your nephew. Correct. Many passengers were saying, let him go.
Right. A lot of passengers, if you listen on the video, a lot of passengers saying, if you keep holding on to him, he will die. You know, you had a guy that called his wife that was from the military that was just giving him some advice on what to tell the guy that was holding his hand. And nobody listened. Nobody listened.
Has the mayor's office, has Mayor Adams, who is a former police officer himself, has he reached out to you and to your family?
Not at all. He didn't come to the funeral, the wake. He didn't. All he's been saying is, that justice was served for the city, especially after the verdict. I mean,
seriously. That guy does not give a single fuck. I wish Eric Adams would just go away. Jesus Christ. Can anybody see you? Yes, I can see you, Disco Wolf. I can see you. I can see all of you. I'm just focused. I'm focusing in. It's a frustrating story, honestly. It's a very, very frustrating story. Because the fact that the verdict came down just around this time, right? In many ways, I think is it's just so emblematic of things. It shows the sort of dichotomy of the system itself, like Democracy Now! Was talking about in that previous video, right? Like Juan Gonzalez mentioned, the disparity between the amount of police force and funds and whatever else, time used to find this guy in comparison to the just literally the police letting go a guy who just got done choking someone out on a subway, right? The amount of media attention that was given, right? And the fact is it's just a horrifying paradox that exists. Okay, let's go here to the majority report. Earlier today, there's a discussion going on here around what's going on with Dinesh D'Souza and his current finances regarding his little documentary that he did a couple years back. If you're not familiar with that documentary, it's called 2,000 Mules. Let's get into it.
Oh, do you have like a trailer of 2,000 Mules, or is he completely taken that down now?
Let's find that.
2,000 Mules was a film that was released, I guess, a couple years ago that purported to explain how the 2020 election was stolen. And here is the official trailer.
As a waterfowl hunter, most of us, especially that live in the South, you're always waiting on a migratory bird to come to you. 2,000 miles is roughly a duck's journey from where we started in central North Dakota all the way to the Gulf of Mexico.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a duck hunting.
This is a serious video right now.
Oh, God.
We took a long trek through the wilderness to find out as much as we could about this.
Do you remember the Duck Dynasty ad that Ted Cruz did back when he was running in 2016? You don't remember this? That was a big reality show back at the time.
I do remember that.
So Ted Cruz, to prove he wasn't a Princeton soy boy or whatever, smeared some paint on his face, and then he ended up doing an ad with the Duck Dynasty guy. Okay, here's 2,000 Mules.
We have put together, I think, the most extensive and inclusive voter fraud organization in the history of American politics. Let me say it again.
The 2020 election was the most secure
election in American history.
Let me begin by asking a very simple question.
Do we know the truth about what really happened in the 2020 election?
I think millions of Americans know something went wrong, and they have little pieces, and no one's really put it together.
I'm agnostic on this question, and I am awaiting more information. If I believed the president were a Nazi, I might steal an election.
Bold accusations require bold evidence, and they haven't seen it.
We have been
Golka loves stealing elections.
Show me the money.
Can we meet? I've been working with Greg Phillips. He has a deep background in election intelligence.
Oh my God, stop it. All right.
I am the Golkanator.
This was a real movie and also purported to be a documentary.
And I'm sorry, but like the maps that they're showing, this looks like an NCIS episode. And are you surprised that the people that voted for reality TV rich guy to be president may also be fooled by a documentary that basically uses stock footage for cable news, like police
Like it's
investigations
high
to prove its
production
point?
value.
Now,
But really,
Dinesh
it's
D'Souza,
not about the
who
footage
was
you use or the facts.
convicted felon pardoned by Donald Trump.
For election fraud, which you know how
fraudulently funneled money into a campaign through some cutouts.
You know how hard law in this country where we've essentially legalized bribery, he's that bad. He's both corrupt and bad at doing the corruption.
Statement on 2,000 Mules. This was from me yesterday, I believe. He doesn't date it. Why would he?
There's no
It's a
need for that.
documentary. I care about the facts. Let's just float this out there so we can just... incidentally, I would be willing to bet, although I don't know if he says it. Okay. He ends it by saying, again, I apologize to Mr. Andrews. Well, okay, let's just go. Statement on 2,000 Mules. Now, remember, Dinesh D'Souza, he's a little bit dim, to be fair, but he definitely sees what's going on with Rudy Giuliani. And he's like, I don't want to be Rudy Giuliani. As those who have seen the film or read the book know, 2,000 Mules was based on cell phone geolocation data collected and reviewed by True the Vote. An analysis of this data...
Oh, that's right. That's right. Rudy Giuliani's being sued into oblivion. He's losing his fancy apartment, his, his Babe Ruth jersey, his key to the city, whatever. I mean, all of his good stuff is losing it.
Highly suspicious patterns of certain cell phones which were recorded in the location of 10 or more drop boxes. This data was the premise of the film. During the production of this film, as a supplement to the geolocation data, True the Vote provided my team with a ballot box dropped surveillance footage that had been obtained through open records requests. We were assured that the surveillance videos had been linked to geolocation cell phone data.
Sam is going
such that
in right
each video depicted an individual who had made at least 10 visits to drop boxes.
Say geolocation one more time.
Ooh.
Indeed, it's clear from the interviews within the film itself that True the Vote was correlating the videos to geolocation data.
Geolocation, very official.
We recently learned the surveillance
Where's my
videos
sound?
used in the film may not have actually been correlated with the geolocation data.
Oh, okay. Well, the geolocation stuff still usable. It's just not the coordination issues.
Look.
Now look.
The word sounds
I know that
good.
the film and my book create the impression that these individuals were mules that had been identified as suspected ballot harvesters based on their geo-tracked cell phone data. Oh, that's where the title comes from, 2,000 Mules.
Whoa.
While all of these individuals' images were blurred and unrecognizable, one of the individuals has since come forward publicly and has initiated a lawsuit over the use of his blurred image in the film and the book.
Oh, no way.
I even pretended like they were the real people, but blurred them to make it seem like they were the real people. How dare he?
Are you saying that this letter was not just him trying to do due diligence and it's the result of litigation that was potentially being floated again?
No, you're saying
It's
that.
impossible.
Don't make me sue.
Don't make me sue.
Because I think they may have blurred him.
do due diligence, and it's the result of litigation that was potentially being floated again.
No, you're saying. Don't make me sue you.
I think it's even more due diligence because I think they may have blurred him originally to try to avoid this whole situation in the first place.
I owe this individual, Mark Andrews, an apology. Now, what I love is
the tight end for the Ravens.
The other thing that's amazing is I wish that these other people who were blurred could figure out that it was them too.
Yeah.
Oh, please.
I now understand that the surveillance videos used in the film were characterized on the basis of inaccurate information provided to me and my team. If I had known that the videos were not linked to geolocation data, I would have clarified this and produced and edited the film differently. But of course, parenthetically, I'm making this part up, I wouldn't have been able to sell this thing as actually a documentary.
No one would have made no splash.
Yeah. We operated in good faith in reliance on True the Vote. See, this is the key, folks. If you're going to put out a false documentary, what you need to do is rely on people who are going to give you false information.
That's the best way.
That's the whole point.
It's the most. Well, the fact is, it's more. It's like it's more streamlined. It's more efficient, right? Like Elon Musk would approve of this strategy, right? Because you don't want to start off with true information and have to change it to fake information, right? If you can just start off with the fake information from the get-go, there's there's a lot less legwork that has to be done in there.
I mean, I'm sure True the Vote down the road could say like, well, we relied on these people and we subcontract all your lying out. And at the end of the day, you are innocent and can say this. We continue to have confidence in their work and also in the basic message of 2,000 Mules.
That's what it means to be a mighty man of valor.
Now, this is what I find interesting. We operated in good faith and reliance on True the Vote, and True the Vote gave them fake videos. However, he writes, we continue to have confidence in their work and also in the basic message of 2,000 Mules, namely the 2020 election was not the, quote, most secure election in U.S. history. Far from it. And that there was systematic election fraud sufficient to call the outcome into question.
Illegal.
Now,
that's an article of faith, is it?
But they're not. But like whenever they talk about this on Fox, the Dominion stuff, they're not saying that anyone did the fraud, right? Now they're just basically saying it more broadly because
it's sort of like an amorphous sort of fraud, just more broad. Yeah, like a general fraud. Like it's the concept of a plan, concept of a fraud. Same idea. If you can conceptualize it, you can make it real. Oh boy. What a fascinating time we live in. Those guys are going to be in power now, by the way. Dinesh D'Souza. Kash Patel, head of the FBI, has actually, I think, worked with Dinesh D'Souza. I could have sworn he worked on this documentary, or at least worked with Dinesh D'Souza on one of his previous projects. So it's like, it's almost like he's going to be in government. How good is that? Now, oh boy. All right. Let's go here. One Senator Bernard Sanders of the YouTube and apparently also of the U.S. Senate had a message for us a day ago about something. Let's find out what that's all about.
It is kind of funny. When politicians in the media talk about Russia and Vladimir Putin, they often use the word oligarchy. They talk about how the oligarchs of Russia have enormous power under Putin. But strangely enough, the term oligarchy is very rarely used to describe what's happening in the United States.
I don't want reality.
Or in fact, what's happening around the world. But guess what? Oligarchy is a global phenomenon, and it is headquartered right here in the United States. The fact of the matter is, and we don't talk about it very much, but this is the reality, a small number of incredibly wealthy billionaires own and control much of the global economy, period. End of discussion. And increasingly, they own and control our government through a corrupt campaign finance system. Since 2020, 5 billion people all over the world have become poorer, while the world's 5 richest billionaires have more than doubled their fortunes at a rate of $14 million per annum. And listen to this. Elon Musk, the world's wealthiest man, has added $120 billion to his fortune just since election day. Got that? $120 billion since election day. While Jeff Bezos, number 2 guy, he only became $67 billion richer.
That's so sad for him.
In the last month. And Mark Zuckerberg, he became $90 billion richer this year alone. In other words, the people on top who are already phenomenally rich are becoming incredibly richer. Over the past decade, the wealthiest 1% of the global population amassed $42 trillion in new wealth.
Follow the rich way, man.
While the wealth of the bottom half of society barely budged. In fact, as of today, the top 1% owns more wealth than 95% of the people on this earth. Outrageously, the wealth...
Thank you, Bernie. You are quite right about all that. All right. Now, let's go on quickly. Talk business before we wrap up the first half. I'm already running late. It's not looking good, but I'm sure I'll make up for time somewhere here at some point. Yes. Let's go here. Start off the business news with the opening of the bell at the New York Stock Exchange. I believe this was on Friday morning.
Follow the rich way, man.
So there you go. Of course, in no way shockingly, the stock market, the people there, were cheering USA, USA, and incredibly excited about Donald Trump's arrival at the stock market. Of course, because Donald Trump is one of them. He owns a public company. He owns the majority, I think he owns the majority share of a public company. It's insane. And this guy's about to be president. It's fascinating. Draining the swamp seems to have a very relative term. It's very confusing even what it means anymore. I'm not really sure what is in the swamp anymore. Or what are swamps? Can somebody define a swamp for me now? Was it always just about the water? Was it really just about the physical, like the geographical swamp? I feel like that really was Donald Trump's only problem. I think he must just really dislike swamps, right? It makes sense. It makes sense. He's either lived in New York or in Florida. So, yeah, he's just probably not a big... So, although there's a lot of swamps in Florida, but he just doesn't live in the swampiest part of it, I guess. I don't know, it's just confusing. I don't understand. I thought it was the corporate elites and all the big money in politics. I thought that was kind of what the swamp was supposed to be, theoretically.
Hey, Sam, how's it going? I don't want to say my name, so I'm going to talk about beat.
Florida is 84%
Okay,
swamp.
Dick.
I've been listening to your show for a long time. I started watching the run-up to the 2012 election. And the first thing I just want to say is I heard you say that you didn't start streaming until like the mid-20 teens, but I just want to remind you that you used to have the Sammy Cam on like the old website, which was like a terrible webcam that popped up a 2-inch window on your video page and would buffer most of the time.
This guy's a vintage caller right
I
here.
remember watching on that.
Okay, fair. I think it was Justin TV that we used.
No, I just want to say you've been streaming for longer than you give yourself credit for, buddy.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, we had a Sammy Cam at Air
Sammy
America.
Cam.
I had some form of, I don't know what it was, but at the breaks, you could see me on video there. But I don't know what it was that we did.
And, 12 years ago, it wasn't even the Dutch angle. It was an actual angle. So bad camera, but good camera work.
Oh, thank you.
But what I wanted to say is you actually did me a great disservice because you inspired me to go into journalism, which I was for about 10 years until I got, bad decisions. We could get over them. I was in that for about 8 years, and I got canned. And, of course, looking for a new job, I got hired by nothing other but a hedge fund for an internal communications role.
Nice.
And I'm sort of like 6 months in. Yeah, I get overpaid for not much, but 6 months in, we just had this sort of big meeting. And the sort of, like, all the stereotypes you think about these people, even some that have been mentioned in this episode, are true. Like, so we just had this meeting, first of all, to get the point across that we need to be healthier as, like, employees. They played an RFK Jr. video. That was who they farmed that mess. That's
So
who they
good.
farmed that
So
message
good
out
and so
to.
great.
And then they played
Sam
a
looks
Larry
so
Summers
pissed
video,
off.
which is like, okay, fine, they're a hedge fund.
Sam looks like he wants to call this company right now. The way that was his face. It's just so good. He's like, God damn it.
That was who they farmed that mess. That's who they farmed that message out to. And
Oh my
then they
God.
played a Larry
Christopher
Summers video, which is
Tablante
like
with the $20 super chat. I don't think I dropped that in the restroom, but thank you for teleporting it up to me here. Much appreciated. My God. Single-handedly keeping the Galactic News Network alive. Wow. Overwhelmed.
okay, fine, they're a hedge fund, whatever. But like, just to give you an idea of like, this is who they think the experts are. And then there was this period of like everybody asking the owner questions about like stuff he has no idea, like about the election, like stuff he has no idea about. I know because he tasked me with doing research for like some of his answers and stuff. So it's like,
I hope you took great liberties with that.
Under my impacts of Trump, I talked a lot about how, like I mentioned, the Sean Fain 2028 general strike. I really tried to pump up the labor stuff. To be fair, it's like I was hired for like a $500,000 a year program to give back to the employees. I don't want to say too much about what it is because it'll give a lot away, but
gotta give back.
So, like the owner sort of fought back against some of the lower level management. Shitting on hourly and union employees. So it's, but I'm under no delusion that it's like a good thing or anything. It is what it is. But I also just want to say, it's in a pretty liberal place. So the message of the meeting, the first day was sort of like, don't be personally worried about the Trump election. Think about don't get down like you did the first time. Think about all the opportunities this presents for us financially.
It's a literal propaganda meeting.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Everybody, I know how, some people may have not liked the first Donald Trump term, but hey, come on, think about the upside. Quit being such a downer. Okay, just, I'm trying to think of the song. Oh my god. What is it, like when life gets you down? Something, or I can't think of it. But it's just truly just dystopic. It's wild. Should be no political messaging like this happening at the fucking workplace. Oh boy. It's really weird. I don't remember using any public restrooms on Earth recently. It's weird how things go. Alright, a couple more stories, then we're gonna have to call the first half here. We've got 2 Canadian stories to get into here. If we can. Come on. Go web, go. Don't start this now. There we go. Yes, the Life of Brian song. That's exactly, yeah, the Bright Side of Life song.
This is a historic moment for Canada. And this achievement comes at a crucial time in our history as we navigate a world, see what I did there? Navigate a world that is increasingly complex and unstable. You've all answered the call. You've stepped up to build this ship, and Canada has stepped up as well. Actually, before 2015, we were spending less than 1% of our GDP on defense. Since then,
it's good.
Defense spending has more than doubled, and we're on track to tripling it by 2030.
Stop
We're investing
applauding
in
that.
armored vehicles, aircraft, submarines, icebreakers, and warships. We're tackling new challenges in the Arctic with a renewed vision for Canada's defense, a plan we call Our North Strong and Free. Our new Arctic foreign policy, with which we're building a secure, prosperous, and stable Arctic in partnership with Indigenous peoples. And our Ice Pact with the US and Finland, which is leveraging the expertise and knowledge of our military, our Coast Guard, and Indigenous peoples.
Man, he keeps talking about Indigenous peoples. Even though there's been quite a few recent disputes over land regarding, I believe, oil drilling over the last year, if I recall correctly. I think it was is it Manitoba? Alberta? I can't remember now, but might have been both, actually. But this is fascinating. We got Prince Charming here of Canada telling us that Canada's planning on tripling their already doubled military defense spending. Strange, but okay. Now, of course, we did talk about this earlier this year because of the melting Arctic Sea. Canada now sees that as a what's it called? A threat, right? Like a security, a national security interest. And so part of this is related to their assumption that the Arctic is going to continue melting and that they need to now control it. And all of that. If you remember, it was a while back we talked about it. I think it was like last month. Whoops.
Safer and seize new
yes,
opportunities.
Make Canada safer.
Both here,
make Canada safe again.
But also across the Arctic.
Mixa
is our national shipbuilding strategy, thanks to which we are all here today. We're investing to create good jobs in shipyards from coast to coast to coast, in industries at every link of our supply chains, to make sure that Canada can continue to show up in an uncertain and unstable world. We're investing.
There we go. Justin Trudeau gonna make Canada safe again. How great. But that's not the only way Canada's gonna make themselves safe. Oh no. Oh no. They gotta think about their border. And how are they gonna?
Donald Trump
how
is
are
taking
they?
up a lot of space at Canadian tables
Anybody?
like this one.
Anybody got ideas on how Canada's gonna make their border safe again?
Donald Trump is taking up a lot of space at Canadian tables like this one. Quebec's economy minister met Friday with business leaders and heard firsthand the pain they'd feel if hit with Trump's tariffs.
Many of our businesses export in the U.S. Some of them export only in the U.S.
Almost across the board, every sector of the Canadian economy depends on trade across the border. Well, Ottawa's response to Trump's 25% tariff threat appears to be coming Monday. The fall economic statement will include a slate of measures to tighten control at the border.
We'll be investing in technology, in drones, in helicopters, and aircraft, and we'll also be increasing the personnel at the border.
One expected measure is an increased presence of RCMP patrols along the border, but some provinces are suggesting going even further. Alberta's setting up a special patrol unit. Other provinces have called for deploying conservation officers, even soldiers. Saskatchewan's premier...
There we go. So Canada's increasing their military budget, planning to triple it by 2030, and also militarize the border, perhaps. All very interesting. I wonder if that's the intended effect of Donald Trump's tariffs. Maybe. I don't know. All right. Break time. I'm going to play this instead. What do we have? Got other things we can listen to. Right. Don't I? I could have sworn I loaded this on there. God damn it. Ah, fuck it. Okay. Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Both very important. Once you've done both of those things, do consider either becoming a member on Patreon or contributing in one of the many ways here. Galactic News Network is, of course, completely funded by viewers like you. So, help keep us alive and consider one of those myriad ways we have of donating. Of course, we'd, like I mentioned, have Patreon. One of my favorite ways because you get all sorts of sweet benefits and I get almost all of the money that you donate. So $3 a month and yeah, you're going to get a whole bunch of super sweet benefits along with it. Link is in the chat and in my bio. But of course, we got YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers. We got the Twitch subscriptions. Of course, there's still no subscriptions on YouTube. Hopefully, we're going to get those very, very, very soon. Every day, I'm hoping and checking that we maybe have gotten them. So far, nothing yet. But when I do get them, I will let you know. What else we got? Cash App, PayPal. You can just give me money. You don't have to get benefits if you don't want them. But I do think it would be more fun to get space benefits. I think, personally. Who doesn't want space benefits? That's crazy.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Alright, chat, enjoy this space intermission. Grab yourselves a drink, perhaps a snack, and I will be right back. Okay, I'm back, chat. You know what that means. It's time for you to get back to your seats. Because all that galactic content's about to get started very, very shortly. But before I start that content, I just want to say thank you for the super stickers to PB and Soul. They've got a racing Mudang and a glorious citrus superhero. Appreciate that, PB Soul Life, both of you, for your contributions helping keep the Galactic News Network alive. Now it's a group effort today. Truly beautiful and much appreciated. Couldn't do it without all of you. Wouldn't exist. It would just, space station would just, lights would turn off, I would float off into the ether. Okay, got my headphones together. What was I doing? I need to do that. It's very silly of me. Okay, well, still got a lot to talk about. I just want to do this. Actually, I'm going to skip this story. We can just do this one tomorrow. But I figure we'll talk about a little bit on this environmental half. AI. And, boy oh boy. Seems like the AI bubble just keeps getting bigger and bigger. But is it justified? First, let's talk about it in a different way. That being the new factory that is apparently being built out in Arizona, or has, I think, been officially, I think it's almost finished, essentially. I think they might be still working on a couple things, but is this TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor, which the U.S. government paid billions of dollars to build this factory, is essentially finally finished in its completion, and is an important aspect of all of this. Honestly, it's all really tied into each other, especially the chip makers.
On 1,100 acres in the middle of the Arizona desert, only one set of buildings rises above the horizon as far as the eye can see.
The Commerce Department recently hit TSMC with new shipping bans after its chips ended up in Huawei devices despite export controls. And incoming President Donald Trump stirred up fears when he expressed opposition to the CHIPS Act during...
Right. Okay, we don't have to watch this whole thing. Got a few different things to get in here. Let's talk about why people think spending billions of dollars of taxpayer money to bring semiconductor manufacturers back to the United States, or to enrich United States-based manufacturers like Intel, is important. And yeah, this section deals with all that.
Despite being the birthplace of microchips in the 1950s and remaining a top chip design hub, the US now manufactures only 10% of the world's chips, and none of the most advanced ones. When supply chain chaos collided with booming demand for consumer electronics during the pandemic, the resulting chip shortage exposed the big risks of relying on outsiders for such critical technology.
How important is it for supply to come from elsewhere than just Taiwan?
I think the pandemic is probably a good example that highlighted
supply chain diversification requirements. And customers want us in the US, they want us in Japan, they want us in Europe.
Talks with TSMC about bringing advanced production to the U.S. actually began in 2018 under President Trump's first term and his then Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross.
Well, it began with Select USA, which is an annual event that the Commerce Department puts
Wilbur
on
fucking Ross.
to encourage U.S. investment by foreign companies. TSMC came to that session.
TSMC has actually been manufacturing in the U.S. since 1998 at an older generation chip fab in Washington state, where Cassidy says TSMC is currently investing to upgrade and expand. But Ross says
I always found fascinating.
Wanted advanced.
Like, I'm sorry, please hold. But you know, like Wilbur Ross was essentially, I was always shocked at the fact that Donald Trump decided to appoint him. And I know it might not be weird to many people, but in my opinion, I always thought that Republicans, especially the most conspiratorial minded of them, would utterly just, you know, lose their minds over this guy. I mean, not because he's like an incredibly wealthy businessman, but because he happened to work at the bankruptcy department over at, what's it called? Rothschild and Co. Or whatever the name of that company was. And he's just he's like a creepy deep state sort of feeling, sort of swampy kind of guy who's like deeply ingrained in this sort of like faceless like financial system. He's just a weird, creepy guy. Every time he talks, he always just gives me just, you know, not Peter Thiel vibes, but like similar vibes. It's very similar vibes.
Down the road in Chandler, Arizona, another chip giant, Intel, is also building
Didn't
two
he do the
huge new
sexy
fabs.
cheesburger ads?
The U.S.
Did he do
company's
the
business model
cheeseburger?
is far different.
I don't know anything about the cheeseburger. I know nothing about these alleged cheeseburger ads.
And manufacturing its own chips, while TSMC is what's known as a pure play foundry, only manufacturing chips for others. Cassidy says the relationship between the two is solid.
We meet with them weekly, and the feedback is we're helping them increase their ranks, we're helping them train on the most advanced stuff, so I think they're pretty happy with what we're doing.
Both companies have delayed the timelines for full production at their new Arizona fabs. But where TSMC has remained the uncontested leader in advanced chips, Intel has stumbled time and again.
They're in a tough spot, you know, and I don't want to see Intel go under. Like, we need Intel.
Intel is the largest recipient of funds from the $52 billion CHIPS Act signed by President Biden in 2022, meant to offset the incredible cost of building a fab to make chips in the U.S. TSMC has said the cost of U.S. construction could be at least 4 times what it would cost in Taiwan. Once complete, TSMC estimates all 3 fabs will cost $65 billion.
If you take a look at...
And that statement in itself explains why the tariffs that Donald Trump wants to do will not solve inflation, as he's at one point suggested, multiple points suggested it would solve them. You know, because the cost of building in the United States is just much higher, because wages in the United States are higher than they are in China. But while
TSMC estimates
like
all 3
that's the one thing
fabs
about
will
this that
cost
bothers me
$65
most, I
billion.
think, is
If
that
you take
we're
a look at the
like,
State Farm
you know,
Glendale
like we're
Stadium,
saying that it's
that was
going to do
roughly
one
about
thing, but it's not, right? Like, it's not going to actually bring down inflation on any of these goods. It'll just mean that in the case that Taiwan were to stop selling us semiconductors, we would have a supply of them. Now, that technically could be, you could argue that that's important, but that's not as much of what people are saying. But that to me seems to be the actual reason for it, right? Why this in particular seems to be such an important thing to people in power right now. They're so obsessed with making sure the United States is manufacturing chips, and they're spending billions of dollars just handing it over to companies. And for a while, they gave Intel billions of dollars, and they didn't even build a factory yet, I don't think. You know, it's a fascinating situation.
while federal funds start getting doled out to TSMC, Intel, and other recipients like Samsung, Micron, Global Foundries, and Texas Instruments, they'll also be competing for another scarce resource in the U.S. chip industry: workers.
When we finished the construction of this fab, it was really the first advanced manufacturing fab that had been built in the United States for at least 10 years. And semiconductors is a very, very tough technology. You have to build upon what you learned in the previous node. And so once you stop with one particular node, you don't have the learnings to continue. The experience is just not here in the United States.
So TSMC sent some 600 engineers to train in Taiwan, like Jeff Potts, who left in 2021 for an 18-month stint there.
At the time, there was no facility in Arizona, and the purpose was to go and actually make things, right, and learn how they're made. So you have to have a kitchen to cook, like to physically touch the $200 million piece of equipment. Like you can't do that anywhere other than at the fab
$200
in
million
Taiwan.
piece
Now,
of
Potts
equipment.
has had the chance to see the EUV machines inside the new fab in Arizona, too.
I went in once very recently, and I think the 3 to 6 month gap of when I was on the construction team to where we are now, I think was astounding. It's like, oh, it looks like it did in Taiwan.
TSMC plans to hire at least 6,000 workers by the time all 3 fabs are complete at the end of the decade.
For engineers, we are actively recruiting at universities in Arizona and all across the U.S. ASU even has what they call a TSMC Day.
TSMC has also brought experts over from Taiwan on 3-year temporary assignments.
Getting to meet like 20, 30-year-old industry veterans that brought us down from micron scale to nanometer scale and get to have conversations with them about how we were going to do that in the US, we've brought that to Arizona.
Hold on, let me just go ahead a little bit here on this video because what I really want to talk about is the energy uses as well. Oh, actually, it starts really quickly. Okay, never mind.
The biggest culture difference is Hawaiian Shirt Fridays. So we don't have that in Taiwan. Arizona, we have.
Water scarcity, meanwhile, is something Taiwan and Arizona have shared. A recent drought in Taiwan means TSMC is no stranger to recycling the massive amount of water it needs to make chips. TSMC says it will take 4.7 million gallons of water daily to run the first Arizona fab, but it'll bring that demand down to 1 million gallons a day.
And this is why not working together is bad for the planet, right? Like when we war against one another, aside from the actual like emissions from bombing stuff and all that, it's this kind of shit where we're replicating stuff that doesn't need to be replicated, that destroys environments, that saps resources that humans need, that don't need to actually be replicated necessarily, but we do over and over again. And it's, oh boy, it's a frustrating system we live in right now.
Recycling some 65% of that.
We are working on an IRWC, an Industrial Reclamation Water Center. When we get that in place, we will have near zero discharge to waste, which means
that's a pipe dream. That's a pipe dream. They have not. He's saying this, but that is completely. It's a fiction right now. That right there is a fantasy. It's not. It doesn't exist yet. What he's talking about is potential future advancements, and he's assuming that the curve will continue in the same direction that it has been, and that there's no way that they won't figure out how to not lose any water from the system that's cooling these things. But that, for right now, is not a reality. The most that they can do, like they were saying, I think, is close to 65%, maybe. Maybe. And there's an incredible amount of energy usage in these things, not just water usage. So, once again, you know, is it necessary to do multiple times over and over again just because some sort of perceived scarcity due to, you know, what do you call it? Lack of diplomacy, I guess you might really call it. I don't know. Fucking hell. Whatever. Let's keep talking about this, but let's wait, what's next on my list here? Let's go here. Broadcom, a telecommunications company that's been trying to get involved in AI and all this stuff, recently reached $1 trillion valuation.
On 1,100 acres
Whoops,
in the
wrong
middle of
video.
the
I
Arizona
just played
desert,
the same
only
video.
one set of buildings rises above the horizon.
No.
With AI fervor fueling a post-earnings rally for chipmaker Broadcom, the company predicting booming demand for its chips over the next few years. CEO also saying that Broadcom had won 2 major new hyperscaler customers, the biggest operators of data centers. Joining us now to discuss this, we want to bring in Stacey Raskin. He is Bernstein's managing director and senior analyst. Stacey, it's great to have you. It looks like a blowout quarter here for Broadcom. AI revenue for the year more than tripling. What is your biggest takeaway from this print?
Yeah, so I think there are 3 things here, and you have to keep in mind, people were very nervous going into this print, especially around the guide. People were broadly expecting a miss. The quarter itself was fine. The guidance was actually in line. They didn't miss. It was mostly on software rather than semis, but I think that was okay, given where sentiment was. So that was number one, that the guidance was okay. And the AI semis, which is what everybody really cares about, they were pretty strong. They also painted a really good picture, secondly,
Ooh,
like
a new
into the
picture.
back half as they have new AI products ramp, and it actually does look like the AI trajectory
New
through the
AI
year
products,
gets a
new
lot
AI.
better, and I think better than even where people were modeling it.
So exciting.
And then thirdly, over the longer term, they really gave people a reason to dream.
Ooh.
Right? So they were talking about, over
Not
the
in
next, say,
reality.
3 or 4 years, they have 3 primary hyperscaler customers today that they sell AI chips to. And they pointed like sort of visions of a very large opportunity. They said sort of 60 to 90 billion.
They've got concepts of a vision for a plan, and they're selling that thing hard to the tune of $1 trillion.
Follow the rich white man.
How great for them. And now what that dream actually will ever come to fruition for anybody it's being sold to, who knows? Who knows? But why not value it at just an insane number? There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with dreaming. Nothing wrong with dreaming.
Let's get to the why. If progress is in fact plateauing, it has to do with scaling laws. The idea that adding more compute power and more data guarantees better models to an infinite degree. In recent years, Silicon Valley has treated this as religion.
One of the properties of machine learning, of course, is that the larger the brain, the more data we can teach it, the smarter it becomes. We call it the scaling law. There's every evidence that as we scale up the size of the models, the amount of training data, the effectiveness, the quality, the performance of the intelligence improves.
In other words, all you need to do is buy more NVIDIA GPUs, find more articles or YouTube videos or research papers to feed the models, and it's guaranteed to get smarter. But recent development suggests that may be more theory than law.
People call them scaling laws. That's a misnomer, like Moore's law is a misnomer. Moore's law, scaling laws, they're not laws of the universe. They're empirical regularities. I am going to bet in favor of them continuing, but I'm not certain of that.
The hitch may be data. It's a key component of that scaling equation, but there's only so much.
Like we talked about previously on this stream.
And experts have long speculated that companies would
Moore's law
eventually hit what is
plateaued
called the data.
in like 20, started plateauing like in like the mid to like aughts. I think it was like basically 2009. I want to say, I can't remember. I don't have the graph right in front of me, but at least by the 2010s, it was really starting to show the curve slowing down on the what do you call it? The downsizing of chips. Because the fact is, at some point you can't make chips smaller, right? Like the size of atoms is a little constraint, right? Like you can't scale smaller than that, right? And in fact, scaling to that, in fact, is quite difficult, right? So, I mean, thinking about like on an atomic scale, I know it's sort of like, whatever. But point is like that's what essentially is the assumption is that we'll be able to get to that and somehow smaller by if you were to somehow take Moore's law to its like obvious conclusion, essentially, like mathematically. But of course that's just not true. It's impossible to do that. I mean, we're talking essentially you'd be talking about creating nuclear explosions to create chips, right? At that point.
that is, run out of it.
If we do nothing, and if, you know, at scale we don't continue
Like you would just
innovating,
put
we're
nuclear
likely to
explosions
face
into your
similar
computer,
bottlenecks
right?
in data, like the ones that we see in computational
Like each chip would
capability
be a
and
little
chip production,
nuclear
or
reactor,
power,
I guess.
or data center build-outs.
So AI companies have been turning to so-called synthetic data, data created by AI, fed back into AI, but that could create its own problem.
AI is an industry which is garbage in, garbage out. So if you feed into these models a lot of AI gobbledygook, then the models are just going to spit out more AI gobbledygook.
The information reports that Orion was trained in part on AI-generated data produced by other OpenAI models, and that Google has found duplicates of some data in the sets used to train Gemini. The problem? Low-quality data, low-quality performance.
This is what a lot of the research that's focused on synthetic data is focused on, right? So if you don't do this well, you don't get much more.
Google has a quantum chip. I know we talked about that. And how much energy does it cost to run that fucking thing, dude? It's insane. You know, like we can't all have these things.
Started with.
But even if the rate of progress for
Just
large
not-
language models
the
is
planet won't
plateauing,
sustain it.
Some argue that the next phase, post-training or inference, will require just as much compute power. Databricks CEO Ali Ghodsi says there's plenty to build on top of the existing models.
I think lots and lots of innovation is still left on the AI side. Maybe those who expected all of the ROI to happen in 2023, 2024, maybe they should readjust their horizons.
The place where the industry is squeezing to get that progress is shifted from pre-training, which is, you know, lots of internet data, maybe trying synthetic data on huge clusters of GPUs, towards post-training and test-time compute, which is more about, you know, smaller amounts of data, but it's very high quality, very specific.
Feeding data, testing different types of data, adding more compute, that all happens during the pre-training phase, when models are still being built, before it's released to the world. So now companies are trying to improve models in the post-training phase. That means making adjustments and tweaks to how it generates responses to try and boost its performance. And it also means a whole new crop of AI models designed to be smarter in this post-training phase.
OpenAI just announcing an improved model, their AI model. They say it has better reasoning. This had been reportedly called Strawberry, so there's been a lot of buzz around it.
They're called reasoning models, able to think before they answer, and the newest leg in the AI race.
We know that thinking.
Okay, so yeah, they're just going to keep searching for use cases for all this stuff. Keep trying to get as much data as they possibly can. However they can. They don't really care how they get it, just as long as they can get it. And not have to really tell anybody. If they never had to tell anybody about it too, that would be even better for them. If they could just secretly get the data and then just have it forever. That'd be the best. All right, let's go here. Reuters from yesterday. Market insight. AI bubble is very concerning.
Broadcom pushes ever higher on the AI hype. Welcome
my
to
God.
Market Insight. I'm Elena.
Oh my God. The idea. Oh my God, Palsier, do not mix AI and CRISPR. The idea of mixing AI and CRISPR just gives visions of like a Rick and Morty-esque sort of, or well, you know, like like a shit. I can't think of the reference now. Like a Cronenberg device. Like it just starts spitting out monsters and just like genetic freaks. CRISPR and AI.
The value of chipmaker Broadcom passed $1 trillion this Friday morning after it forecast that AI chips could be a $90 billion revenue opportunity by 2027. That's more than 4 times the current size of the market. Its punchy results have pulled up the whole chip sector, including Nvidia and Micron Technology, at the end of another strong week for the Nasdaq. Well, for more, I'm joined now by Peter Anderson of Anderson Capital Management. Peter, hello. The AI bubble seems to get ever bigger then, but could it pop in 2025?
This AI bubble indeed is getting very large, larger than I ever expected, and I am very concerned going into the future just how much more spending can support this bubble. At some point, I do think somebody will say there's enough spending going on. That, but also think how difficult it is to project the future even a year from now. Yet Broadcom has gone out 3 years. That seems exceptional, especially in such a speculative industry such as AI.
What do you make of these valuations?
Okay. Well, there we go. A supposed stock market professional, very, very concerned about this apparent AI bubble based upon dreams. I mean, literally, other analysts said that Broadcom was giving people reason to dream. That's what it's all based on. And I think I echo his concerns about that, because it will have implications for people in their pensions, because this is, you know, it's all tied into that too. Can't forget that those pension funds are full of all of these speculative tech stocks right now, and it could spell bad things. All right, now let's talk more fully about environmental stuff, because of course AI is such a large entity that is a genuinely environmental concern. But of course 2024 was a very fucked up year when it came to extreme weather events. CBS has done some compiling for us. Let's take a look.
Welcome to Climate Watch. I'm David Schechter. 2024 is set to be the hottest year on record. For the first time ever, global average temperature is 2.7 degrees Fahrenheit above pre-industrial levels. 2024 has also been one of the 15 wettest years out of the last 130 that we have on record, with 25.22 inches of rain measured in the U.S. compared to our average of 23.18. We'll be visiting some communities hit especially hard to understand how climate change played a role. Then we'll visit coastal Florida, an area threatened by storms and sea level rise, where scientists are creating sustainable designs to protect people and property along the water. And we'll meet a family whose home in Black Rock, North Carolina was one of over 1,000 destroyed by landslides in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. But we begin in the town of Lumberton, North Carolina, which has taken blow after blow from hurricanes over the last decade, despite the fact that it's 80 miles inland. Why is this happening? Storms are now dropping 10 to 15% more rain, according to the Center for Climate and Energy Solutions, and by 2053, storms could cause damage to more than 19 million properties, with only a quarter of them having flood insurance. Mark Strassman visited Lumberton to learn how they prepare for a hurricane.
Hurricane Matthew sucker punched Lumberton, North Carolina.
You got you, sir. Stand them up, bro.
80 miles inland, no one saw 20 inches of rain coming.
Lumberton right now is going through a tough time.
The Lumber River crested 11 feet above flood stage. Flooding topped the levee and swamped the city in 2016.
I'm 6'3" and the water's up to my chest.
We first met Jimmy Hunt 8 years ago, rescuing Matthew's flood victims.
It's pretty horrific what we've seen out here.
The fire chief remembers saving roughly 50 people.
Thank you, we're safe!
Most of them elderly.
10 to 15 minutes from the time the water came over till the water flooded their homes.
And once it flooded their homes, all bets were off.
All bets were off. It was just survival at that time.
2 years later, Hurricane Florence landed the 1-2 combo.
It really boggles the mind, right, that this same thing can happen again. Houses were underwater.
Brianna Goodwin, a community organizer here, remembers 24 inches of rain.
It was almost this feeling of being shell-shocked. Like, I see the water, I see the flooding, but is this real?
Lumberton learned the hard way twice. Today's hurricanes can target communities far from the coast. Gavin Smith.
Hold on, I can't watch this whole thing. It's like 30 minutes or something. Let's move this along a little bit.
Okay. From one North Carolina town affected by 2024 hurricanes to another. Nearly 2,000 landslides were recorded after Hurricane Helene struck in September. That's according to the United States Geological Survey. Geologists are now using cutting-edge technology to locate areas that are prone to landslides, and research estimates 1,300 square miles in western North Carolina should never be built on again.
Wow.
Dave Malkoff visited the small town of Black Mountain, North Carolina, to learn more.
It happened so fast that I didn't know what was going on.
Caitlin Midkiff was just sitting in the kitchen with her dad when all of a sudden
There was the loudest sound behind us, and then it was like we were getting thrown and pulled at the same time.
a landslide tore through their home. They were buried in the mud for 3 hours.
The dishwasher hit me in the face. The refrigerator would have killed me, but it's up against the tree right now.
Caitlin's dad, Bill, was critically injured, broken neck, fractured back, life-threatening cuts.
And he's a liver transplant patient.
Oh, God.
So he didn't have his medicine for 3 days.
A Black Hawk helicopter lifted Bill to safety after 3 days.
Because I thought I'd either die of liver failure
or
kidding.
gangrene.
Our house was
perfect
up there.
This is where their home stood for 30 years.
So it's weird to be here and like the house is not where it's supposed to be.
That little creek did all this damage.
We drove the recently reopened roads with independent geologist Jennifer Bauer.
The road is getting tighter and tighter.
Deep into Appalachia, she's looking for evidence of landslides like the ones that devastated the Midkiffs to determine if it's still safe to live here.
The debris flows will travel down the slope like this one did.
Geologists are now using cutting-edge computer scans to identify areas prone to future landslides. Stronger, wetter storms driven by climate change are increasing the severity and frequency of landslides.
We have these purple areas that are where this type of fast-moving landslide, where they might start. Some of it is really soft, loose.
She sees more than 1,300 square miles in western North Carolina that should never be built on again. An area almost as big as Rhode Island. The state counted more than 11,000 damaged homes with more than 1,000.
Oh my God, I didn't even hear that when I was first listening to this earlier. Oh my God, it's the size of Rhode Island. I knew 13 square miles was big, but Jesus Christ.
Marked as destroyed. The Midkiffs are losing more than a house.
No, they said this is probably going to be all condemned by the county.
They just learned their land is no longer stable enough to build on. They have no choice but to move. They're hoping FEMA will assist in buying them out, but it's too early to know if and how many homeowners will get that financial help.
When I married my wife, I told her to pick out a house. We bought that house. We've raised all our daughters in it. You know, that's our life. That's all my grandson has known. But life goes on.
The only life he's ever known changed when the ground disappeared from under his feet.
Coming up next, how rising sea levels are destroying barrier islands along the East Coast. In the last 4 years, nearly a dozen homes on Hatteras Island fell into the ocean along North Carolina's Outer Banks, the latest victims of coastal erosion made worse by rising sea levels and stronger storms. Hatteras is a barrier island which functions as protection against heavy storms, but now rising sea levels driven by climate change are accelerating erosion on the coast and destroying property. I visited the Outer Banks to see what's happening to homes on the island. Living on North Carolina's Outer Banks, photographer Daniel Pullen has seen the thin line between living on the ocean and falling into it.
If you could bring some of the old timers back from the dead and drive them around, they would just be like, what? Why did you build your house there?
In the last 4 years, the Atlantic has toppled 10 homes here on Hatteras Island. Pullen captured this one crashing down.
I can't believe I'm watching a house disintegrate into the ocean.
And while less than 70,000 people are permanent residents, to make their living, many of them count on the more than 5 million people that visit each year.
I think people are meant to live on a barrier island, but I don't know to what extent do you have a massive economy on it.
This narrow strip of sand is called a barrier island, and it buffers the mainland against the force of the ocean. In the eastern U.S., barrier islands cover 2,300 miles of seashore, and naturally, they're always shifting. Out on the water, we met Reed Corbett, an oceanographer who runs the Coastal Studies Institute. He works with the community, finding ways to adapt.
The way we are developing on barrier islands and living on barrier islands, like, how does that change the nature of what the barrier island actually wants to do?
Large dunes, houses, the infrastructure that stops the transport of sand across these barrier islands, which leads to a more vulnerable barrier island.
One solution, protecting waterfront homes by rebuilding the beach, pumping sand out of the ocean onto the shore. But that can cost upwards of $25 million. And with rising sea levels and
per
more
what?
intense...
What does that mean, upwards of $25 million? That's the most vaguest... This is the most vaguest thing I've ever heard. $25 million per foot? Per yard? Per mile? I don't very confused.
Storms driven by climate change, the new sand that used to last 5 to 7 years is now being washed away in less than 2.
The economics won't work always. Yeah. And I think we are, on the Outer Banks, I think we're getting to that point.
What's unique...
Okay. Well, the United States has seen some pretty rough stuff this year. Not just that flooding. I mean, the fires, it's been one thing after another this year, it seems like. All right. Now, I figured we would look at this again real quick, at what's been happening in the Northeast.
I'm 7 News reporter Jordan Johnson here in Orchard Park, where it has been the epicenter of lake effect snow band over the last day, and now schools will be closed on Friday.
Oh, they're brutal. It's the coldest spot in Erie County.
Charles Sontag lives right by Highmark Stadium. He even has his own parking lot for tailgaters. But whenever the snow comes around, he is thankful for his neighbors who help dig him out.
Helps me park, and he plows for me. My neighbors help me. I'm blessed.
Charles is one of the many neighbors in Orchard Park hit hard by Thursday's lake effect ban. And with more coming, the cleanup is just beginning. For 6 and 8-year-olds, Reed and Carter Gund, giving their dad a helpful hand is their favorite part of a snow day.
What have you guys been doing for the last hour?
We've been helping Dad snowblow. Yeah. Great.
Gotta get it done one way or another.
There you go. Northeast, buried under snow.
Winter is coming.
All right. Now let's go to a different kind of storm, all the way across the world, in Iraq. What kind of storm, you ask? A sandstorm. Oh god, a sandstorm drop would have been perfect right there. I wasn't prepared. Damn you, Dayrude. Really can't see much in a sandstorm, as it turns out. All right, let's go a little further east to Cambodia. Oh, why did I put this in this? This is I have a video completely out of order. Good job, me.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Whatever. We're going to Cambodia first. Let's look at a record and very rare catfish found in Cambodia. Perhaps leading people to believe this species is doing better than...
This catch, very exciting. The largest fish caught in Cambodia in 2024. And this is a fish that's on its spawning migration. We're in the Mekong River around Kampong Cham right now. And this fish is moving now out of the wet season floodplain habitat and into the Mekong, up into the upper Cambodian Mekong, probably to spawn.
Looks more like a shark than a catfish. Well, there you go. Biggest catfish caught in Malaysia. Some might say a monster of 2024. All right, now, let's go all the way back to Canada, because I totally put this in the wrong spot. Still important, so let's talk about it. It being the receding of the world's glaciers and the fight to stop it.
Glaciers around the world are melting, and the United Nations has declared 2025 the year of glacier preservation. One area where these changes are particularly evident is the Canadian Rockies. This region serves as a vital freshwater source for millions of people and boasts a uniquely stunning ecosystem. CBS News climate correspondent Dave Malkoff recently visited the area.
Look at that view. That's incredible, right? Just beyond these rugged peaks in Jasper National Park is the only place in North America where you can literally drive onto a glacier. Yeah, it's really neat. You can see the tongue of the glacier coming down there. It looks like it's pretty close, but that may be actually way further away than it looks.
All right, now is this everyone's first time on one of these tours? Yes. Oh, perfect.
This is the Ice Bus. From May to October, its oversized tires grip into the ancient ice of the Athabasca Glacier.
Some of these crevasses descend the full 200 meters or about 600 feet.
The buses deposit adventurous travelers at the glacier's edge to marvel at the otherworldly landscape.
Welcome, everybody.
But we are not here to take a touristy photo. No, we are headed to a science station way beyond the safety ropes.
The only way we can get here is by following our leader, Dr. John Pomeroy. Let's go meet him.
Pomeroy has spent decades studying this glacier and others like it.
This has changed a lot since even July. So in terms of safety, a few things. Glacier's never safe. There'll be areas where there are crevasses and areas where there's moulins, mill holes that either one of them, if you slide into it, can lead you into the ice, and then we'd have to get Parks Canada to come rescue you with the ropes.
Glaciers are thousands of years of snow all compacted together. Immense, slow-moving flows of ice that carve their way through the landscape.
Now I have to figure out how to get us across what I call the Grand Canyon here. It's a long crevasse, and it's snow-covered,
making it harder to see what's underneath.
So don't walk on this.
Yeah, it seems pretty dangerous.
The Athabasca Glacier is just part of the bright white Columbia ice field.
But as we walk closer, we kept seeing these black spots.
That's not good.
It's dark and it's melting faster than the rest of the ice.
Everything from wildfires this summer to chimney exhaust has doomed this human connection to the last ice age.
You see the soot. It's everywhere in here.
The darker it is, the faster it melts?
Yes, yeah. So normal clean ice will be reflecting about 30% of the sun's energy. It hits it. But when it gets dark like this, it's reflecting only about 15%. And by contrast, fresh snow is reflecting 90% of the energy hitting it. Okay, here we are, home sweet home.
We are finally at the weather station perched on the glacier itself to see evidence of that firsthand.
So here we're measuring the melt rate of the glacier. We're measuring the energy flows into the ice from solar radiation and thermal heat from the atmosphere. We're also measuring the accumulation of snow and how it blows off the ice. But the big thing is the ice melt rate here. We're seeing 7 to 8 meters, so 21 to 28 feet of downward melt per year.
That is really bad.
Here, and that's releasing a tremendous amount of water. But it also means this glacier is on the way out.
What is this?
Oh, God.
Well, we put that tape to mark the height of the ice after we drilled in the pool here.
And that was like months ago or a year ago?
2 weeks ago. And this is the cold time of year, so this melted this much in just 2 weeks. Most of that occurred in 1 week.
Yeah, 1 week ago, it was up to nearly right here.
Here's a photo of the Athabasca Glacier taken 86 years ago.
Uh-huh.
And here it is
Oh,
today.
fuck.
Starkly revealing the toll.
Come on.
Come on! That's too much, man!
Our warming climate has taken.
Hold on, we have to look at that again. The fuck?
It was up to nearly right here.
Here's a photo of the Athabasca Glacier taken 86 years ago. And here it is today.
Horrifying.
Starkly revealing the toll our warming climate has taken. See that little parking lot back there? That's where the glacier used to be in 1980. Now it's all the way over there, not only pushing back, but also melting down.
Why is that a problem? Well, for one thing, Professor Pomeroy tells us no matter where you live in the world, whether it's the Nile River, the Sahara Desert, the Great Lakes, or the Mississippi, without snowpack melts, there is no fresh water supply.
If you're in Washington State or Oregon or Idaho, then the Columbia River that supports the agriculture in the cities of those states comes from here. This is the source of it.
Is it hard for you to know so much about this?
Well, we've been calling it a crisis for some time, and not much has been happening. The crisis is getting worse, and for this glacier, it's mostly irreversible now. We need to be able to slow this down enough so we can change how we manage water so we can keep going.
Yeah. And this guy's frustrated. I've only been doing this for like, what, 10 months or something? Talking about this constantly on stream. This guy's been talking about it for, I assume, decades. He's still going at it. In a way, it gives me hope, but at the same time, it gives me great sadness. Oh, God. So frustrating. Okay. Is that it? Is that it for the second half? Google the song? Which song? What? What are you talking about? What in the heck are you talking about? Do we break now? I'm trying to decide. Do I maintain Yeah, maybe just break now. Just, you know, it is the weekend. We deserve breaks, but I am going to give us some different music to break to, I think. What do I listen to? No, not that. Well, I guess I could. It's the Chinese chicken song? I don't know what you're talking about. Whoops. Not what I meant to do. Alright. Well, hope you've all been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. And don't forget to subscribe. They're both incredibly important. And while you're doing those things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. There's at least 5 different ways for you to contribute. Patreon, YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, and PayPal. So do consider helping produce the show which your eyes and ears are just enjoying right now. Alright, chat. Enjoy this short break, and we'll be right back. Okay, there we go. I am back. All right. It's that time, chat. Time to get back to your seats. Otherwise, you're gonna miss all that sweet, sweet galactic content. Alright, what do we have to talk about? Left. Space news, of course, we must start with, as always, the final half of the show with a little bit of space news. Let's go here. Associated Press from a day ago. Drones, planes, or UFOs? New Jersey residents react to sightings.
Okay, so about a week ago, I started seeing them more on a daily basis, mainly just like a white light that would sit in a place and then after a few minutes move left to right, up and down, just these very slow motions, and then they would just go away. It didn't concern me at first. I just didn't think anything of it until it started becoming like every night, the same time, same places. So I figured, okay, they must be doing some kind of military drill. Not that I went to go look to see if they were, I just figured that's what they were doing. And then once they came out and said that they're not, and they don't know what they are, and they're not foreign, but they're not ours, and they don't pose a threat, that's when it becomes concerning.
I've seen clusters. Last night I saw clusters of about 8 up over here, and but normally I see them a little spread out, and they're sporadic. Some of them illuminate a bright light. Some of them, when you see them on the side profile flying, you can see the red-green lights. But the difference is, even though airlines have that lighting, the way it lights and the brightness is different. And you also have sometimes LED lights. They looks like LED lights under the underbelly of the aircraft, which you don't see on a commercial airliner like that. And with the naked eye, the video doesn't really do justice, but when you look at what I'm seeing with the naked eye, you can see it's not a normal aircraft. And we don't have this much, traffic, usually on any given night in this area.
All right, got a couple more stories on this. This is global news from 7 hours ago. And we'll get to the Earth news. There's plenty of Earth news to talk about as well. Of course.
Reports of nighttime drone sightings have now spread to more U.S. states, and onlookers are expressing concern. The mystery is now prompting some action from the Federal Aviation Administration.
And I'm driving into Montclair, and all of a sudden, right over the horizon, I see what looks like the full moon. Only it can't be the full moon because the full moon was 2 weeks ago. And all of a sudden, the moon is starting to move to my left, and it's heading towards me, and then all of a sudden I'm like, no, it's not the moon, maybe it's a plane? And no, it doesn't look anything like a plane. It's way too big, and it's way too low in the sky, and it's the middle of the night. Then I think maybe it's a helicopter. No, it's not a helicopter. Then suddenly it gets closer, and it's hovering right over the trees, and it looks like, I guess, an enormous drone? I'm not even sure what I've never seen anything like it. It's just a drone on steroids.
We need to have our legislation keep pace with the laws and the operation of drones. It has not.
Okay, so this is where things go way off the rails, in my opinion, right? Because the fact is, everybody is presupposing that these are drones. Essentially, the Is the assumption now. Everybody is, at least many people are assuming these are drones. And now they're going to legislate around drones when we still haven't even seen one of these things up close. Nobody, like, none of these aircrafts have been brought down or, like, at least followed to their end point and investigated. None of us have seen what they are. So why are we jumping to legislate a completely unknown thing? It makes no sense. I don't like it. It's not a good look. It's not a good... it feels weird to me that there's a sudden need to legislate drones. We aren't sure that that's what they are. And recently somebody was telling us in chat that, you know, these drones were super attainable for $4,000 or $5,000 or something like that. And I contested that pretty strongly because I was pretty familiar with how much these things cost. At least I thought I was. I did some research on stream and quickly saw that, but didn't bring it up for anybody else. So I figured we would just go here and actually look at this. One crash. Well, we talked about there was a supposed crash site in New Jersey, but I didn't see any footage from it. Unless there's footage. If there's footage of it, I'd love to see it. I honestly haven't seen it. I haven't been putting a ton of effort into my research into this, not gonna lie. Because it still feels incredibly unclear as to what's going on for me. But if there is footage to this this landing in New Jersey, that'd be interesting. I'd really like to see that. I should probably search for it. I'll search for it. But all I found was the investigation into the supposed landing site, but there was no drone there when I watched the footage. So I still haven't seen one. But let's look at what one of the only really commercially available personal aircraft, essentially drone, right? Just a big drone for a person. I looked up, was the cheapest personal aircraft, what's the cheapest manned drone on Google. I looked it up on YouTube, the same one came up. So that seems good enough to me. Here's Tech Global. I bought the cheapest personal aircraft, Jetson 1.
Sold its entire 2022 production, with another 100 sold for 2023 delivery. The Swedish firm has also secured more than 3,000 pre-orders since the official launch of the one-person machine in October last year. The Jetson 1 starts from $92,000 or £67,525, with a $22,000 deposit, and first buyers should expect to receive their Jetson 1 later this year.
$92,000 or 67,000 pounds. The $22,000 deposit.
£525, with a $22,000 deposit, and first buyers should expect to receive their Jetson 1 later this year.
So if you see 10 of these things, that's $1 million right there, essentially. Now, these are commercially available, but they also appear to be much smaller than what we're seeing in the air. I could be completely wrong. It's hard to tell for sure. You know, because of the footage's quality is quite blurry. All of them are camera, like, for whatever reason, they're all fucking cell phone cameras. And of course, it's also in the dark, which really does add some problems for pretty much all cameras, in general. But like, this thing is pretty small, right? It's not van-sized like people have been talking about. It's like, it's pretty small. But it could, I mean, they are selling these things, and this could be what we're looking at, right? But it's not $5,000. At least that much we can say for sure. They're not readily attainable to most people, and they're on pre-order. So you can't just, you know, suddenly acquire one of these things. You actually have to get on a list. Pequannock Township, Morris County, around 8:45 p.m. Thursday, according to police. The Pequannock. Someone found a hobbyist or toy type of drone. Interesting. Yeah, I'll look into that, man. I'll look into that. I would like some answers on all of this. I think everybody does, to some degree. All right, now let's go to Earth news. And of course, 2024 has been a horrifying year for the Earth on many fronts. And one of those fronts is the number of human conflicts that are currently happening on the planet. Let's talk about that.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
We turn now to Ukraine, where residents are bracing for another winter of war, as the UN estimates 60% of its electricity generating capacity has been destroyed. Russian troops are now reportedly within 2 miles of the key eastern Ukrainian city of Pokrovsk. The Russian offensive comes just weeks before Donald Trump returns to the White House. Trump has threatened to reduce U.S. support to Ukraine. Trump recently met in Paris with French President Emmanuel Macron and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. After the meeting, Trump wrote, quote, "Zelensky and Ukraine would like to make a deal and stop the madness. There should be an immediate ceasefire and negotiations should begin," Trump wrote. Meanwhile, the Biden administration announced Saturday it would send a new $1 billion military aid package to Ukraine that includes drones and ammunition.
To talk more about the war in Ukraine, the humanitarian crisis there, we're joined by Jan Egeland, Secretary General of the Norwegian Refugee Council. He's joining us.
I don't know about this drone sighting thing. I just searched drone crash New Jersey, and there's a bunch of conflicting reports here. Central New Jersey News a day ago report of drone crash in Hillsborough unfounded. But you're saying Pequannock Township. I don't know if is Hillsborough, is that the same? I don't know enough about New Jersey to know. But this one, no drone found after New Jersey residents report crash. Fox 5 New York. I'm trying to find one that actually says drone found. Here's the Post. Drone crashes into New Jersey backyard. So I found the Post one. I don't know. I'll do more research later. Now's not the time. Oh shit, why are we at 1 minute?
Chisinau, Moldova, where he's just arrived after several days in Ukraine. Before that, we spoke to him after he had just left Gaza, saying he was broken and has recently been in Sudan. Jan Egeland, describe what you're seeing in Ukraine right now, as we here in the United States see in Paris President Trump-elect meeting with the Ukrainian President, Volodymyr Zelensky.
Well, what I see and those with whom I met are all testament of this third Cold War winter becoming the worst. I've been 5 times now in Ukraine these last 3 years, and every time you come, people are more exhausted, they have less resources, there is less electricity, less water supply, and there is this relentless bombardment that has increased tremendously in recent weeks on civilian population. I was in one place that is really frontline. It's Kherson, was the one provincial capital that the Russians were able to take in their offensive in February 2.5 years ago. That was then retaken by Ukrainian forces, but the Russians are on the other side of the river, Dnipro, so next door. And there is multiple attacks every single day, including the day I was there. We meet in bomb shelters with the population. We serve and help them there. But we're able to create an office now there and do massive also cash relief. So it's so important that the United States and the other Western countries continue to support the Syrian people. What USAID is doing through us is giving tens of thousands of families much needed cash assistance to survive this winter.
And Jan, if you could also speak about, you were in Kherson, but you were also in Odessa and Mykolaiv, if you could describe the situation on the ground there. And then also the difficulties in providing humanitarian assistance. In this year alone, 2024, dozens of humanitarian aid workers have been killed in Ukraine.
Yes, they have. Because the courageous humanitarian aid workers, especially from the local frontline organizations that we work with, are targeted like the civilian population. Even ambulances are repeatedly hit. First night in Odessa, first afternoon in Odessa, we had to go to the bomb shelter underneath the Norwegian Refugee Council bomb shelter in Odessa, because there was an alert of incoming ballistic missiles. They hit Zaporizhzhia, which is another city in the south, and a hospital was obliterated, really. I think it's now the toll is more than 10 dead, multiple wounded in a hospital, really. In Odessa, the ancient city of culture and civilization, there is blackouts all the time, as in Mykolaiv.
Hey, hold on. I'm going to move this forward a little bit. Oh, there's multiple conflicts to talk about. Where does he start talking about? Yeah, I think this is where they start talking about all the other fucking conflicts that are going on.
People increasingly resisting, and where you see this heading around the issue of whether there would be any kind of negotiation at this point between Zelensky and
sorry,
Putin?
No, this is still Ukraine.
I mean, the population is exhausted.
Oh, right here. Sorry, I suck.
The previous segment, we were talking about Syria, so I'd like to get your response to these extraordinary events in Syria in the last days. You were in Syria not long ago. And earlier this week, in terms of the response around the world, especially in countries where there are large numbers of Syrian refugees, Austria, although by no means the majority of Syrian refugees, Austria announced it will begin deporting Syrian refugees following the revolution that toppled Bashar al-Assad's regime. About 100,000 Syrians have resettled in Austria in the 13 years since Syria's civil war started. Meanwhile, the governments of Belgium,
There's so many Syrian
France,
refugees,
Greece,
it's
Germany,
insane.
and the United Kingdom said they would pause applications for asylum by Syrians. More than 14 million people have fled Syria since 2011. You tweeted in response to this news, quote, "Hi, European populist politicians, you want to push Syrian refugees back to these homes while foreign powers are still bombing and no one knows how and who will be governing the various regions of the country. It would be cruel and reckless. Those who can will voluntarily return." So, Jan, if you could elaborate on this. First, your response to Assad's ouster, and then this response from European governments about the status of Syrian refugees already there and applications from Syrians for asylum.
Yeah, and when I tweeted this that you quoted, I had a photo with it that I took myself only 4 weeks ago in Syria, where you have entire cities leveled to the ground and not rebuilt since the horrific civil war that was going on, continuously from 2012 to 2019. And I said, is it this rubble you want to deport people to? I know Syria well. I worked with it every week now since 2011. There is jubilation and anxiety on top of each other. And in Damascus, mostly jubilation, because those who have taken over say all of the right things at the moment. Mm-hmm. But in the northeast, there is a lot of fighting between and the various armed groups are taking territory.
Also, Israel
from
has been
each
striking.
other. Israel,
yep,
Turkey, trying to bomb the place. The various groups that are now part.
Honestly, Israel's been doing way more of the bombing than Turkey has. If we were to sort of quantify it.
Or fully in power, were listed by many of these Western governments as terrorists. And then they want to deport people back. I think it's a testament how bad politics have become in Europe, and for that matter in the United States. That the idealism, the openness, the biblical saying, I was a stranger and you took me in, that's gone. Now people are looking at their own navel and really cherishing their nationalism and their
Yes, that's quite a way to put it. That does seem to be what it is. One more topic to talk about here.
Carrying out an airstrike on a marketplace in the western region of Darfur in which more than 100 people were killed. Emergency lawyer rights group described the bombing as a horrific massacre. The fighting between the Rapid Defense Forces and Sudan and what needs to be done, the level of hunger there as well.
It's just tremendous. And these generals are really willing to fight each other to the last woman and child, it seems. I was in West Darfur, which was bombed 3 weeks ago, where I saw large parts of the city of GNN ethnically cleansed from the Masalit people, the African tribe, by Arab militias in this case. In other parts of the country, there is indiscriminate bombing, etc., etc. But there is also a lot of humanitarian, heroic aid workers on the ground, including the Norwegian Refugee Council, that with, again, assistance from the US aid, is able to provide the daily subsidized bread to 1 million people every morning through 800-900 bakeries. So we're there. We're going to be fighting for the civilian population, but we need attention to this, the biggest crisis on earth, at the same time as the Middle East is in turmoil. Ukraine is.
Yeah, and that's one thing that the NGOs, aid organizations, and such have been shouting for about at least a year or longer. At least ever since I've been doing this, I know they've been screaming for attention, because Sudan, like he mentioned, is the biggest humanitarian crisis on the planet, because there's 20 million people that are currently on the brink of famine and starvation and are under threat of all these things he mentioned, ethnic cleansing and fighting and a whole host of other human atrocities. One topic they didn't talk about during this, because it felt like it was almost left out, but I assume it's because of time constraints here at Democracy Now! They're always doing so much every day. You got to cover everything, but you know, I know the NRC is there, which is why I was confused they didn't bring it up. But what's happening in Myanmar as well, of course, as that's been going on now for quite some time, longer than technically longer than what's been happening in the most recent bout of Ukraine-Russia fighting. Unless you want to go back to 2015, which I often do. But point is since because it happened before 2022 when the Myanmar coup happened, and there's been fighting ever since. But of course, there's just so many conflicts on the globe. All right. We're going to go back to talking about all of those things in real quick. Well, pretty quick. We have a few other issues to talk about first. We're going to go back to Europe, talk about what's been going on there. First, the UK. And unfortunately, October GDP figures are quite disappointing. Rachel Reeves on The Guardian News. Please, Rachel, tell us what's going on.
The numbers on The numbers on GDP are disappointing, but it's not possible to turn around more than a decade of poor economic growth and stagnant living standards in just a few months. But you'll see from the plans we've been announcing, whether that is the energy reforms we've published today, the reforms to build 1.5 million homes that we published yesterday, the pensions reforms, the creation of a national wealth fund, this government are getting on with the job in improving economic growth and driving up living standards.
I feel like some people would question that, especially with things like the heat credit. That comes to mind first. NHS. But hey, Rachel's got to keep that happy face on. We're doing a good job. Please stop paying attention. Alright, now let's go to a different government having some problems. France. That's right. We've been talking about it for months and months, ever since the government collapsed the first time. And, well, of course it happened again. And then finally, well, let's just get into it.
We are back, and we would like to welcome back to the show Cole Stangler, journalist covering politics and labor in France. His most recent book is titled Paris is Not...
That was a happy face? I don't know. I don't feel like Rachel Reeves is all that happy of a person. I don't feel like I see her smiling that much. I feel like that's just her normal face. So I don't know. When I said happy face, what I meant was just like, you know, keep the facade of we're doing a good job going, right? Not literally.
Surviving hypergentrification in the City of Light. Cole, thanks so much for coming back on the show.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me.
So, since I think we last spoke, we were talking about the fact that Macron had basically refused to name a new prime minister in an effort to kind of squash the left, despite the fact that he had called for elections. The leftist coalition had won the most seats out of the centrist bloc and then the far right Marine Le Pen bloc. And we were hopeful at the time, like when the results came back, hey, this is a left liberal coalition to beat back the fascists. Perhaps we could do that in the United States. Well, turns out both of those pictures ended up
Emma's
not
hair
being
is
as
perfect.
rosy as we anticipated.
Is it? I think it's as good as it usually is.
Yeah, that's right. So I
mean, like I feel like her hair is usually quite good. Like she just, you know, I feel like she somehow manages to get into the office looking like she's taking care of herself in the previous 24 hours. You know, she's always on it.
I think, you know, I guess to kind of walk you through the timeline here. So when we spoke, that was after these snap elections that Macron called. He has the power to dissolve the National Assembly under the French Constitution, which gives the president a lot of authority. So we had those elections. And like you said, the left had a slight plurality, the left bloc. Macron ultimately decided not to name, as you said, a
You're mocking
prime minister
TYT. What does this have to do? I mean, I know she used to be on TYT. What does this have to do with TYT? I think I have been trying to not pay attention to the goddamn TYT drama. I've already unsubscribed from practically every single TYT affiliated channel, aside from like people like Francesca Fiorentini and a couple others. But basically, you know, I've just been sort of removing myself from all of that drama, mostly because I'm trying to stay focused on bringing you all the Galactic news. So if you could bring me the TYT news drama while I'm doing my job, that'd be lit.
Would have represented the left. So one of the names that was floated was Lucie Castet, who's a civil servant, who was the name that all the parties in that left alliance, the New Popular Front, had lined up behind. The Communists, the Socialists, the Greens, La France Insoumise. France Unbowed sometimes is the English translation, although I don't quite like the translation. Anyways, so they all lined up behind Castet. And instead of naming...
Oh, I see. So TYT's comment section is just full of Anna simps, and you're just... I see what you've done. You're being satirical. Well played.
Lucy Castet. What happened is Macron decided to name a prime minister from a party that had achieved the worst score in the legislative elections, which is the kind of moribund, quote-unquote, mainstream right-wing party, which has now been overtaken by the far right. So the party called Les Républicains, the party of Nicolas Sarkozy, the kind of historic right-wing conservative party in France. So a very old prime minister, Michel Barnier, who had started his career in the 70s as a politician. Barnier, a conservative prime minister, despite the fact that French voters clearly expressed at the polls their opposition to the right and to the far right. So we had Barnier named as the prime minister, effectively making the far right National Rally the kind of kingmaker. Once Barnier was named prime minister earlier this year, the left was already lined up in opposition. And the question was, the thinking was we could find Barnier perhaps can withstand, Barnier can ultimately win the support of the far right National Rally. And we kind of played this game for a few months where the far right was kind of in the driver's seat of French politics saying, we'd like you to take some strong measures on immigration. We don't want you to go too far on budget cuts, and basically dictating the terms of the agenda, because the government at that point, Barnier knew that he needed the far right to not vote for a motion of no confidence. So we played this kind of game.
You're pointing to another centrist? Well, technically, I don't know if I pushed hard enough on this detail in the past, but the fact is Barnier was technically to the right of Macron and of Bayrou, who was the new PM. He was of the Republican Party, which is to the right of Emmanuel Macron's party, technically. It's not quite the National Rally, but yeah, they're a bit more conservative, for sure, than the neo-libs.
I think, to get back to elections was sickening to a lot of people, because a lot of French voters thought, well, wait a second, we just voted in these elections that you made us weren't expecting. You made us go out to the polls. We said we didn't want the far right, and now the far right is the de facto kind of kingmaker. It seemed really kind of perverse and not.
And I think I made this point yesterday, but it was really fast. But I was joking that he started to the right, and now he's to the center, and maybe by the end of his term, we'll get an actual PM from the NFP, the party that won the election that he himself called. It would be interesting.
Expressed, and so
it would be an interesting evolution.
Had this game going for a few months, and Barnier was tasked with basically delivering a budget. France is under a tremendous amount of pressure from the European Union, from investors, to show that it's going to make some budget cuts to bring its public spending.
Yeah, we'll see about all of that and whether or not France's financial situation changes in the future. I mean, they could do some stuff to improve it that wouldn't necessarily be so bad for the people. Like, I don't know, military budget cuts. They do spend quite a bit on their military. Not US sized, but well, it's going to be rough, especially with Donald Trump coming into office next year, because he's going to be wanting all the European nations, not all the European nations, all the NATO nations to be, what was it again? Pay their fair share, right?
Immediately, if not sooner.
So that's going to certainly cause some complications on that. Let's continue talking about this really quickly. Hit this global news piece on the recent nomination by Macron, or appointment. I guess you would really... Wait, why don't switch videos, please? Oh my god. Why do you hate me so much? French President Emmanuel Macron named veteran centrist François Bayrou as his fourth Prime Minister of 2020. I think everyone understands the difficulty of the task. I think everyone is also thinking The path is a path to be found, which will unify people. Instead of dividing them. Because today is the birthday of Henry IV. I wrote a lot about. And I wrote a lot about because I think the reconciliation is needed. You know, in life. What happens is a lot is when you go on a path that you know where you are going, and there's not a minute lost. Not an unpleasant minute. So everyone knows the road will be long. I'm not the first to take a long road. The evening when François Mitterrand was elected president, the 10th of May 1981, there was sadness in other camps, which I am thinking about. But the evening he was elected, his first words when he was shown the results were, "At last, the troubles begin."
Moi j'appelle surtout le nouveau Premier ministre à ne pas être.
He's got jokes. French jokes. Okay. Enough of that accent. Let's move back on here to Bloomberg and talk about the state of Europe's economy more broadly. This is from yesterday. Bloomberg Originals. Europe's missing trillions. That's a lot of money.
The news for Europe just keeps getting worse.
The French government collapses, plunging EU's second largest economy into turmoil.
France's political upheaval in December offered another glimpse at fractious European affairs.
Germany's under pressure and Volkswagen workers are striking hard.
In my view, we are already in a crisis mood.
Our former model is over. If we follow our classical agenda, we will be out of the market. I have no doubt.
The EU's economy is now fighting for survival and struggling to keep pace with the US and China.
Had the European economy grown as fast as the American economy over the past couple of decades, we'd be generating 3 trillion euros of extra income every year.
That's roughly the equivalent to the total GDP of France being routinely added into the economy.
Europe needs to have a digital era economy with companies that...
Here we go. Everybody in just absolute peril over the lack of growth. Oh no. Whatever will happen.
Challenge those from China and from the US.
Without that, the region's at risk of being unable to afford to protect itself in a world where security is no longer guaranteed.
It's just a very tense moment for the world, and Europe's at the center of it.
This is one of the most consequential figures in global economics, and in September, he sounded an alarm.
Productivity is weak. It's very weak.
So Mario Draghi will this morning deliver his long-awaited report on what Europe must do to regain its competitiveness.
Mario Draghi is a highly respected economist. He's former president of the European Central Bank during one of Europe's most difficult times.
Jesus Christ. Mario Draghi ushered in liberalism, neoliberalism for Europe in many ways, I would say. That's just my personal opinion. And some other people's opinions.
And also led Italy through another challenging period.
Oh shit, mini doctors. Haven't seen you in a minute. Good to see you.
A figure that you look to in times of trouble.
His report warns that the US and China were innovating so expeditiously, Europe needed to invest hundreds of billions of euros extra every year to compete, possibly to survive.
The Draghi plan got the conversation started. And then, of course, there's Trump, and then, of course, there's China, and then there's a war in Ukraine and a war in the Middle East.
The conclusion was Europe has been stuck in a rut, and if nothing changes and the current trajectory is maintained, then Europe will probably account for less than 1/10 of...
I seem to be connecting all of this lack of growth to all of the social unrest. What I would point out to you is during this Bloomberg original, they are incredibly unoriginal because at no point do they attempt to unpack really whether or not A, endless growth is good. B, whether or not there's other ways to deal with that lack of growth or with the inequality that's causing all of the turmoil in Europe. I mean, it's an incredibly in my opinion, it's an incredibly uninteresting piece. But I just figured we'd look at this because this is something people are currently thinking about. I mean, this came out yesterday and 500,000 views in one day. My God, that's a lot of views. All right. Now let's go back to talking about all the fucking conflicts. Because we do have a bunch of those, don't we? All right, let's go here. CBS News from yesterday. Another Russian attack on eastern Ukraine. Yeah.
Russian forces back on the offensive today. They launched one of the largest attacks targeting energy infrastructure across Ukraine in recent months. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russia used 93 missiles and over 200 drones to take down key power grids. He also said Ukrainian forces managed to shoot down 81 of those missiles using U.S. defense equipment. Now, this was a scene during rush hour in Kyiv as those missiles were being launched. Dozens of people forced to take shelter underground, including children as young as 8 years old. People say they were on their way to school and work when the initial air raid alert was issued. Now, this missile strike marks the 11th targeted attack against Ukraine's power grid just this year alone. Officials say the damage is serious and could result in lengthy power cuts across the country. All this as temperatures drop into the most dangerous winter lows. So let's bring in Michael Bursicu for more on this. He is a non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center. Michael, thank you so much for being with us. We understand you are in Ukraine right now. Before we talk about the details of this latest attack, what are you seeing and hearing on the ground there?
Sure, it's good to be back on with you. It's about as bad as it gets.
All right, so we already kind of talked about what's been going on the ground. So hold on. Let me go ahead to where they actually... I forgot they did this. I hate when they try and switch it up so they can get their talking points in and not just give me pure details and facts. I would much appreciate that if you could just not do that to me. Where does it start? Like here?
No heating, and as you pointed out,
No,
the
it's not
temperatures
there.
are going well below.
It's here. God damn you.
Yeah, well, if you were to look at the map of where those missiles and drones went overnight and into the morning, it covers a lot of Ukraine and especially the western part. And according to the UN's IAEA, 5 of Ukraine's 9 nuclear power plants have had to reduce output, and that represents a big chunk of electricity. In fact, it could be that there won't be enough electricity, for example, for Moldova as well. So it's, but in terms of what the Russians sent over, according to the Kyiv Post, that was about $1 billion worth of muscle in just a span of a few hours. And finally, if anxieties weren't high enough, the Financial Times, quoting U.S. National Security Council sources, say the Russians are getting ready to fire some of those big supersonic, hypersonic, Orishnik missiles over the weekend.
Woof. Well, we will try and keep track of all of that for you as to whether or not all that happens. But of course, there are more conflicts, like Democracy Now! Mentioned at the beginning of this final half of the stream, including in Africa. And this is this next one is a rough video, so prepare yourself. This is from 4 days ago. This is a video of that bombardment that they, or was this the bombard? This might have been the aftermath. I think this was the aftermath of the bombardment that occurred
But this apparently killed dozens of civilians, or I think at least 20. I believe this happened in Darfur. Jesus Christ.
More than 100 people were killed in Sudan
I take it
when
back. It's
8
100.
barrel bombs hit a market in North Darfur on Monday. According to...
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Always making huge, tiny mistakes over here.
More than 100 people were killed in Sudan when 8 barrel bombs hit a market in North Darfur on Monday, according to pro-democracy and human rights groups. The location of this social media video was verified by Reuters, but not the date it was filmed. One activist said that while there are typically a few soldiers in the market in town, most of those present were civilians, and that some bodies were too charred or mutilated to identify. The army has frequently targeted towns in North Darfur with airstrikes as it fights the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, or RSF, for control of the state capital. The army denied responsibility for the attack on the market, but insisted it had the right to target any location used
We
by
didn't
the
do it,
RSF.
but if we had, hypothetically, you know, just devil's advocate, we would have been completely justified in doing it. Good God. It's disgusting. It is horrifying. Oh, God. There are too many of these things happening. All right, let's go quickly to Georgia. As there has, of course, been protests going on there pretty much all year, due to a number of different sort of seemingly authoritarian moves by the government. People have been pretty pissed. Gaza is off the camera too much? Well, it is, I agree. But we will be talking about that too. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. I guess technically Georgia's out of order. It should be on the other side, but it's too late. It's already here. We gotta do it. I guess, I just don't want to inconvenience myself to stick to my rigid west to east thing. So we gotta talk Georgia first. So the Georgia Dream Party has elected unilaterally in an uncontested one candidate essentially election, new president, ousting the formerly sort of bilaterally elected, because there was multiple candidates in the previous presidential election. There has been a new president now to be put into office in Georgia. I think they technically announced it in the parliament. So that would make it official, I believe. But people aren't super stoked on that in Georgia right now.
Hello and welcome, I'm Laxmi Gopal. A former Manchester City footballer has been elected in a vote in Georgia's parliament, despite denunciations from the incumbent president and the pro-EU opposition that the process is illegitimate. Mikhail Kavalashvili is a former MP from the increasingly authoritarian ruling Georgian Dream Party, and he was the only candidate for the job. It comes after 17 days of pro-EU protests across the country's towns and cities. Our South Caucasus and Central Asia correspondent Reyhan Dimitri is outside Parliament in the Georgian capital, Tbilisi.
A short while ago, the head of the Central Election Commission, he announced the results of the voting that took place this morning, and it was the Electoral College that voted for Georgia's next president. It's the first time that the head of state was chosen via the Electoral College. all previous presidents that were nominees of the current ruling party, which has been in power for the past 12 years.
As you can see, the government's completely prepared for these protests now. At the beginning of them all, they were not this set up every time, but they have fucking fences all along the road going up. I mean, it's quite extensive, it would seem.
The past two presidents, they over time turned against the party and more so against the founder of the ruling party and the country's most powerful and richest man, Bidzina Ivanishvili. So Mikhail Kavelashvili is seen as a loyal candidate, and now Georgia's next president. Here outside Parliament, the protesters, they've been standing in the streets, facing cold weather since this morning, and now, as a kind of fun, they're kicking football around. Well, I have one of the protesters here with me.
That's fair. It's fair play. Literally. See what I did there? Never mind. All right. Let's go on now. To, I believe it was footage from the Parliament. This is the AP 7 hours ago. Whoopsies, I did not mean to do that. Don't do that. Don't. Let's not do that. There we go. Go web go.
A former soccer player has become Georgia's new president. A 53-year-old Mikhail Kavelashvili, who was the only candidate on the ballot, easily won election that was conducted through the Electoral College. The Electoral College was dominated by the ruling Georgian.
How do you have an election with one candidate? It seems completely superfluous. What's the point of it? Can anybody explain to me why you would have an election with one candidate, even if it is electorally, even if it is inside of a of a Senate? It's just so strange. All right, well, there you go. It's official. Now let's go to the thing we were literally just talking about in chat. Gaza. That's right, because we can't forget about Palestinians. They're still being occupied. They're still being blockaded. They're still being starved actively and bombed actively. The killing literally goes on 24 hours a day.
If Gaza is a hellscape, these men are walking deeper into it, a lower circle still. This ruin, still alight, was moments earlier a post office building. Dozens of people had been sheltering here. A young girl is somehow brought out from the wreckage. No equipment, no uniforms, but these rescuers know what they're doing. A collective muscle memory after more than 14 months of unrelenting horror. Those waiting in the street helping light the way. Israel said this strike in central Nuseirat targeted a senior leader of Palestinian Islamic Jihad who'd led attacks on Israeli civilians and troops. Its scale destroyed or damaged buildings all round, stripping them back to their skeletons. The man in check trousers being told people from elsewhere had been recovered. My children, he repeats. By morning, hospital staff confirm 14 of the 40 people killed here were children. A neighbour says earlier cries for help from the rubble have gone quiet, that he'd experienced many explosions, but nothing like this.
Every day there is bombing and killing. Quadcopters check every corner. The killing goes on 24 hours a day. We wish we could have a truce to end the waterfall of blood in Gaza.
But amid renewed international talk of ceasefire, Israeli strikes are ticking up again after a lull when the Air Force was occupied over Syria.
Exactly. Thank you, Channel 4. You remember? We talked about this, what was it, 2 days ago? When was it? Was it yesterday? Were we talking, was it Jake Sullivan? Yeah, Jake Sullivan yesterday said that there was a possible breakthrough in Gaza ceasefire negotiations with the fall of Hezbollah and the change in government in Syria and all of this other great stuff that's been going on in the Middle East. As it, according to Jake Sullivan, at least, you know, there was more than ever now a great chance of a ceasefire. And that we had heard actually days before that Hamas was actually coming back to the table. So many good things. And yet, Israel stepping up the bombing. Let's go back. Let's hear what Jake Sullivan had to say again, just to remind us. It's weird. It's almost like it never happened.
There are any number of reasons for why contexts change in negotiations, especially in a situation as fluid as this. But I would point out that Hamas's posture at the negotiating table did adapt following the announcement of the ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon. Why is that?
Oh wait, now it's Lebanon.
For months,
I forgot that he said Lebanon. I thought I could have sworn that he had said Hezbollah in this instance. That's a real slip of the tongue. That's a real slip of the tongue there. This actually, in a way, I think his face is saying that he just realized that he slipped the tongue. But yeah, highly interesting. Anyway, yeah, I do remember this, and if you didn't remember it, there you go. And then this was the actual strike that happened, the one that we just saw from the air. It's as if an earthquake struck this area. But what struck was actually an Israeli missile, which hit a group of residential buildings inside the Nusrat camp. These buildings were inhabited by peaceful civilians. About 33 people were killed inside of these buildings. The search for them is still ongoing at this moment, with minimal resources, and people are just digging with their hands to attempt to recover what they can of the missing. Jesus Christ. Illegal. And will the war crimes stop? I don't know. Certainly not immediately. While Israel's been doing all this in Gaza, of course, they have been also attacking. They're still technically, even though there's a ceasefire in Lebanon for 60 days, or I don't know how many days left now. How many days are left? 40? I can't keep track now. Point is there's still some amount of days left in that ceasefire, but they are still technically fighting in Lebanon. We've heard about some of those skirmishes and attacks that they've been doing. Of course, Syria is being attacked by Israel. We looked at a number of different images there where Israel is destroying all sorts of stuff, military infrastructure, literally, their entire fleet in the Red Sea. I think it was the Red Sea? Wherever it was. Do they have a Red Sea? I'm trying to think. Where is Syria's fleet? I think it's in the Red. Oh my god, my brain just broke. Oh my god. I need a map. Point being, we saw all that, but we also saw some other stuff. But first, let's look at some of the more recent strikes Israel's been doing. This one was from 2 days ago. This is a strike on a Syrian airport, a military airport. Why is there no sound? Oh, there we go. Yeah. As you can tell, they're speaking Hebrew. First there is a plane, then there isn't a plane. Helicopter, sure, why not? Might as well. Even though technically Israel and Syria have a truce agreement from... when was that now? I'm trying to think. It was actually a while ago, I think. Israel says that no longer exists because, of course, Bashar al-Assad's not there anymore. Even though I believe it was between, technically, the countries and not the governments. Because, of course, the previous government of Israel's, you know, there's a different leader in Israel now. There's a different parliament, right? But no, Israel's taking that to mean that they can do whatever the fuck they want. Including striking civilian targets. And they've been claiming, of course, they're hitting only military targets. The fucking media's talking about how it's only military targets constantly. Repeating Israel's own talking points. But of course, I would like somebody to answer to me, what is a Ministry of Interior? Anybody Google for me what that is? Or maybe ask Nightbot what the Ministry of Interior does. Because that smoke right there is coming from this building right here. Hard to read that little sign there. I know the top one's in Arabic. That middle one, what's that say? Ministry of Interior. This is in Damascus, the capital of Syria. And that's the Ministry of the Interior. Can anybody explain to me what's going on? Is this a military target? I don't think it is, because if you look up what a Ministry of Interior does, none of it really applies to military stuff. It's all interior. That's the whole... It's like the definition of what it is. It's a civilian organization, right? It's intended to deal with things on the inside or interior of the country, like policing people, you know. Yeah, it's just a... Well, you don't have to ask. I mean, all ministries of interior are the same, right? But yeah, I guess we can get more specific. But yeah, it's this is nonsensical. Oh, there we go. Domestic security, law enforcement, public safety. Also does immigration and passport services and other sorts of civilian stuff. Document keeping. I believe there's some record keeping stuff here, right? Nothing. It's not for rocket launchers. The Ministry of Interior decorating. Very funny. Very funny. There's also one for Qatar. I think a lot of countries have Ministries of Interior. Like the US does. It's just called the Department of Interior instead of the Ministry. Which is more of a sort of a European term for these things. We have a department. We have the department. Okay. Alright, let's keep talking about Syria. I just wanted to watch that because somebody said in chat, I think it was Lefty, who's not here, I would point out. But somebody who was in chat earlier said that they didn't see this video. I still need to clip it, which is why I put it back in this list. But I also just figured I'd put it in here because if people hadn't seen this, I needed people to see this because this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. It's completely counter to what the narrative has been proposed to be.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. We begin today's show in Syria, where tens of thousands of people have gathered.
Oh, and one thing I just want to remind people of that video. That video that we watched just now, it was from 6 days ago. Literally, I think it was the night after the fall of the Syrian government that they did that. Or even the day after.
Tens of thousands of people have gathered at the Great Mosque of Damascus for the first Friday prayers since longtime authoritarian President Bashar al-Assad was toppled by opposition fighters.
Hopefully this Friday is the Friday of the greatest joy, a Friday of victory for our Muslim brothers. This is a blessed Friday.
Syria's new caretaker prime minister, Mohammed al-Bashir, was among those at the mosque. He'll act as prime minister until March. This comes as the World Food Programme is appealing to donors to help it scale up relief operations for the approximately 2.8 million displaced and food-insecure Syrians across the country. That includes more than 1.1 million people who are forcibly displaced by fighting since late November. Israel's defense minister has told his troops to prepare to spend the winter holding the demilitarized zone that separates Syria from the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights. Earlier today, Prime Minister Netanyahu toured the summit of Mount Haramun in the UN-designated buffer zone. Netanyahu said this week the Golan Heights would, quote, forever be an inseparable part of the state of Israel, unquote. On Thursday, United Nations Secretary-General Antonio Guterres called for an urgent de-escalation of airstrikes on Syria by Israeli forces and their withdrawal from the UN buffer zone. In Ankara, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken met with Turkey's foreign minister and the president, Recep Tayyip Erdogan. Blinken said the U.S. and Turkey would do to prevent a resurgence of the Islamic State group in Syria. Meanwhile, Erdogan told Blinken that Turkey reserves the right to strike the U.S.-backed Syrian Democratic Forces led by the Kurdish People's Protection Units, or YPG, which Turkey considers terrorist. For more, we go to Damascus for the first time since the fall of longtime authoritarian President Bashar al-Assad, where we're joined by the Associated Press investigative reporter Sarah Al-Deeb, who's based in the Middle East, a region she's covered for 2 decades. Sarah, welcome to Democracy Now! You are overlooking the square where tens of thousands of Syrians have gathered for the first Friday prayers since the fall of Assad. Describe the scene for us.
There is a lot of firsts here. It's the first time they gather on Friday after Bashar al-Assad fled the country. It's the first time everyone seems to be very happy. I think that's the dominant sentiment, especially people who are in the square. There's ecstasy, tens of thousands of people. They're still chanting down with Bashar al-Assad, but what's new is that it's also visible that the sentiment is they've been so far happy with the new rulers, not outpour. There is no criticism, loud criticism of the new rulers yet. So I'd say that the dominant thing is that everyone's happy down there.
Yeah, because right now it's a very optimistic, very hopeful situation, and it really is just, it's essentially up to the HTS to deliver on what they've been saying they want to do. I do hope they manage that, because to some degree, although they did say, hey, it's unclear whether or not they want to institute like a theocratic government, because there was some mention of Islamic run government in the CNN interview we watched earlier. So it's not clear. That part of it's not clear yet, in my opinion. Something I hope to see some amount of clarity on soon. Why am I over here? All right, we're switching. Got a lot of stuff to talk still. Although, actually, I was gonna go ahead, but you know, I just realized we did a real short second half, so we have extra time to talk Syria. Hold the phone. We can keep listening to some more Democracy Now! Right now. I was gonna cut us short. We have time.
Sarah Al-Deeb, you recently wrote an AP article headlined "Thousands Scour Syria's Most Horrific Prison but Find No Sign of Their Loved Ones." On Tuesdays, families of disappeared prisoners continued searching Sednaya prison for signs of their long-lost loved ones who were locked up under Assad's brutal regime.
I will show you the photo of my missing brother. It's been 14 years. This is his photo. I don't know what he looks like if I find him. I don't know what he looks like because I am seeing the photos of prisoners getting out. They are like skeletons. But this is his photo. If anyone has seen him, can know anything about him, or can help us, he is one of thousands of prisoners who are missing. I am asking for everyone, not only my brother, uncle, cousin, and relatives.
Talk about this mad search by Syrians across the country.
This is the other scene that's been dominating our coverage and our reporting since we arrived here. The contrast between the relief, the sense of relief over the departure of Bashar al-Assad, but then the sadness and the concern and the no answers for where the loved ones have gone. Thousands, also tens of thousands of people have marched on Sednaya. It's the counter to this scene where people were looking for any sign of where their relatives have been. As you know.
Yeah, and there's been some accusations of mass executions, essentially, in these prisons, which is why there is this sort of lack of, sort of, you know, all these missing people. I mean, now there has also been some theories. There's some sort of secret, even more secret prison that's like underground somewhere, but there's been nothing's been found yet. So it's just, I think in some ways, like, I mean, it could very well exist, but I think I've definitely heard some people suggest that it really is more of a sort of just, it's like a coping mechanism, essentially. But I could be, I'd like to stay hopeful on that one for people, regardless. It's just, I don't know. We've seen them doing some different things. Like they excavated, the white hats came and excavated outside of the prison at one point after this all happened, looking for potential entrances to you know, like a hypothetical or whatever prison underground, but they have found nothing yet. Now this happened 2 days ago. We missed this one. Let's go to this. This is Guardian News. This was a reporter at the scene of the tomb of Bashar al-Assad's father, Hafez, which was burned and vandalized after the fall of the Ba'ath government. Okay. What's next? Oh, okay, let's quickly look at this. I think we saw a piece of this. I figure we just look at it again. This is the drone video showing you from above just how many people were outside on this first Friday after the fall of the Assad regime. Of course, Friday, if I'm not mistaken, isn't it? Essentially like Sunday for Christians, right? This was after Friday prayers, and hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of people across Syria came out to celebrate in the streets. Now let's go and talk again about the leader of the HTS movement, Al-Jilani. We talked a little bit about him yesterday. I figured we'd watch more of this documentary today from Channel 4 that they put out yesterday. Wait, where do we start?
Syria and the Middle East has been
turned
upside down in just 2.
I think we ended right around here.
That brings the story up to this year, where the battle lines in Syria were essentially frozen. Until this happened. With conflicts in Gaza and Lebanon, and with Russia fighting Ukraine, the world's attention was not on Syria when HTS launched a surprise offensive late in November. Within days, Aleppo had fallen. A huge moment. HTS had taken Syria's second largest city. Assad, with the support of Russian fighter jets, responded with airstrikes. But the strength of support from Assad's allies, Iran, Russia and Hezbollah in particular, was limited. And on the ground in Syria, Assad's own forces crumbled in the face of the HTS assault. Jilani's forces took Hama, a city that had previously never fallen into rebel control following the 2011 uprising.
The progress and execution of plans have been swift, with clear communication and adherence to commands. The revolution has transitioned from chaos and randomness to a state of order.
HTS then swept Homs and reached the capital Damascus. Meanwhile, Assad fled to Russia with his whole family. As he entered the capital, Jilani dropped his name associated with his jihadist past. He is Ahmed al-Shara once again and is promising a new start for Syria. In less than a fortnight, the entire complexion of Syria has completely changed, and so too has the Middle East. Without Assad in charge, Iran and Hezbollah have been dramatically weakened, and Russia, which relied on the former regime for a foothold in the region, is facing the prospect of negotiating with the same rebel forces it's been fighting against for more than a decade.
The Russian column has just set off again. They were stuck for nearly 2 hours at the side of the road with a flat tire. They don't look like a defeat.
Random Lazy Lizard Lounge on Twitch suspects some possible stuff going on with the White Helmets. Interesting. I haven't actually watched a whole lot of his stream. Like, I think I've only seen like a very short amount of it. But it's possible. I don't know. I hadn't even considered the White Helmet somehow being like trying to like obfuscate or or something like that. It just never really occurred.
Army, they're retreating in good order. They must have come to some kind of agreement with the new authorities in Damascus.
What Al-Jolani and Hayat Tahrir al-Sham have achieved in Syria is simply breathtaking. Jolani launched essentially a blitzkrieg attack against government positions, sweeping across very large parts of the country with blistering speed.
With HDS now manoeuvring to lead the whole of Syria, what kind of government can the country expect?
We can think of the model that Hayat Tahrir al-Sham might seek for Syria as being Taliban light, by which I mean they want an Islamic character to Syrian society. He needs to work out exactly what kind of Islamic hue and tint he wants to put onto Syrian civil society.
That thing is crazy. Do you see that? It's like a literal castle with a moat and everything. This thing is wild. Look at the way this bridge is just, honestly, it looks super freaking cool.
Islamic hue and tint he wants to put onto Syrian civil society.
One of Jolani's first challenges will be persuading the West to recognize HDS as a legitimate power. The group is currently listed as a terrorist organization by many countries, but that could change quickly.
I think there is a sense of rethinking amongst Western nations now about what to do with Abu Muhammad al-Jolani. The US State Department has said it will work with anybody in Syria provided they are willing to transition the country in a way that respects minorities, respects all the diverse and different parts of the rich tapestry of Syrian society. And I think the UK government, like a number of other European governments as well, will look to engage with him because you can't ignore him at this stage.
Part of Jolani's...
Yeah, that's true. They definitely can't ignore him. That's not a good idea. And it certainly wouldn't help the Middle East at all. People do seem to have the same concerns that I do, though, about all this, right? Because this guy, like in that CNN interview, he mentioned that he wants an Islamic-based government, which could lead to, oppression of people if you were to stick to scriptures and things like that. It's hard to say exactly what he wants because he's also said he wants it to be what he called it wasn't multifaceted. It was some specific terminology that he had used to describe it, institutional something. But it was essentially alluding to having a more inclusive government. Certainly, I just wish I had more details on what that would all mean. He also spoke about wanting all cultures, all religions to be respected, like they mentioned, and that gave me some real hope for the region, considering how many different groups of people are in Syria. All right, now let's talk more about that network of Syrian prisons of Bashar al-Assad. Here's CBC News from Canada. They've mapped it all out, or what they have at least. Oops,
a vast and secretive network of prisons in Syria is still being uncovered. At least 111 detention centers next to apartments, schools, places of worship, hidden in plain sight. Some have yet to be found. Here's how we mapped it out. We used data from the UN's IIIM report, which included witness testimonies, government documents, and torture reports. While some are only guesses based on survivor accounts, it reveals the scope of the prison network, where thousands have been tortured and killed. This is a prison in Hama, a city north of Damascus. It's one of 7 detention centers we mapped out in that city alone. One of them is right across the street.
I wonder what the colors of the pins mean.
Another, near a city stadium.
This was part of every neighborhood. This was part of the community, basically.
Roughly 3,000 people were released from a single prison in Hama last week. Some of them had been there for nearly 40 years. And that's just the beginning. In Damascus, not far from the Muhajirin presidential palace, somewhere in this block of buildings, Al-Khatib, also known as General Intelligence Branch 251. Here, at least 4,000 people were tortured and close to 30 murdered. A 20-minute drive away at Meza Air Base, another torture center. Prisoners starved, electrocuted, and scalded with hot water and whipped. There are more than 24 detention centers in and around Damascus alone. Many of those detainees were often executed, their bodies shipped to hospitals like this one in Damascus.
This is horrifying. A network of secret prisons that are in fucking residential neighborhoods. You could be living next to people getting tortured. That's fucking just, I mean, in a way, I don't know if it's actually worse, because, I mean, I feel like, I mean, all right, no, it's worse, but I guess my point is like, because I feel like if you had to live next to that, you'd never forget about it. You would always want to fight against that. So, so I feel like in a way he probably got people to really hate him even more than he might have had he just really, you know, just done regular prisons. Because instead, he's like, you know how your cousin's missing? He's actually right next to you getting tortured right now. Totally fucked. Totally fucked. Oh my god. Just horrifying. Oh god. How are we on time? Yeah. Okay. Alright. Let's go here. Anthony Blinken's been out there saying stuff recently. And apparently, according to him, the US government has finally decided to have contact with HTS. Oh, wait. Oh, I forgot. I thought this was... whoops. Sorry. This is not what I just said. Fuck it. We're going to go to Anthony Blinken in a second, but we're going to quickly look at this. This is AP video from one of these prisons. We're now in a Palestine detention center, and all... sorry. Whoa. Moving too fast. We are now in a Palestine detention center that is well known in Syria. And all the provinces for its cruelty and torture. It's here where our brothers were detainees. Thank God we toppled the tyrant Bashar and freed our brothers. And as you can tell, the smell, no lighting. The detainees were monitored by surveillance cameras. When they were sleeping, they were lying on one tile. Every prisoner was allowed to sleep on one tile, and if they were moved, they would be beaten. The prison was very hard. Living in it so difficult. No fights. No lights. No food. And when they delivered food, it was rotten, and you could not eat it. It was just for the prisoner to live. Nothing more than that. Not to be satisfied. It was so bad. So, yeah, if what this individual, this HTS fighter, is saying is correct, this is a detention center / torture chamber for Palestinians in Syria. Specifically for Palestinians. You know, special camp for them. That is fucked. Now it's just this one man's accounting. I am likely to believe him for now, as HTS is, the technically the current government of Syria. They've already nominated a prime minister, so I think at this point it's basically said and done. And considering the scale of everything else, it honestly didn't even shock me. Like when I saw it, I was like, you know what? Yep, why not? While you're at it, you might as, like, come on. All right, let's go to Anthony Blinken now. What the fuck does this guy have to say about talking to HTS?
We've been in contact with HTS and with other parties. We have impressed upon everyone we've been in contact with the importance of helping find Austin Tice and bringing him home. And we've also shared the principles that I just laid out for our ongoing support, principles, again, that have now been adopted by countries throughout the region and well beyond. And we've communicated those. That's direct contact, yes. All of this was unthinkable just a week ago. And it does speak to the promise of this moment. We're determined to work with the Syrian people to shape a future that lives up to that promise. Today's agreement produced real progress toward that shared goal.
Well, apparently is a shared goal. Now, what's strange about that idea in terms of... Is this... I think this is the same statement. I can't remember. Whatever, we'll play it while I'm talking. We'll find out if it's the same. Because I can't remember now. I wasn't as focused as usual today. I was rushing through my stuff. I slept in.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
It was a late night last night.
Contact with HTS, and if so, when did that contact take place?
Oh yeah, okay, this is the same one. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, what was I saying? God, I just broke. Oh my God. Oh no. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. It had nothing to do with it. That's why I couldn't think of it. I just noticed what you posted, Schmegley. Michael Moore just posted his movie Sicko from 2007. That's pretty cool, and it makes me want to stream it, like re-stream and watch it together. I don't know if he would copyright strike us for that, but that's amazing. That's perfect. I think he must know, timing-wise. Good time to release that one. I smile every time I hear that. I gotta hear it again. Yeah, it's there's something about that guy saying that shit. That dude's famous now. All right, last thing to talk about. Starts with an S, but it ends with an South Korea. All right, that's right. Let's talk about it. The peninsula. If you didn't hear, yesterday we've been talking about the situation in South Korea for a while now, ever since South Korea declared martial law. Well, its president, Yoon Suk-yeol, declared it. People have been out in the streets protesting. Just basically every single day. And we've seen them growing and growing and growing. Yesterday we watched one of them. It was immense. It was like a sea of people. So vast, you could not see the end of it. I'm not even... I know sometimes I might exaggerate a little bit from time to time. I'm not exaggerating. I'm just being very descriptive. This is literally what we saw yesterday. And I think most likely some of that indeed undoubtedly led to the news of the last 24 hours. That being South Korean MPs voting to impeach President Yoon Suk-yeol.
Hello and welcome, I'm Laxmi Gopal. So let's begin with that breaking news in South Korea, where Parliament has voted to remove President Yoon Suk-yeol from power over his short-lived declaration of martial law 12 days ago.
Illegal.
Yoon will be suspended immediately from office and the Prime Minister will become the acting president. It follows an earlier impeachment vote last week that failed, you may remember. Well, here was the moment the results of the impeachment vote was announced.
204 in favor out of 300. Against is 85, and I announce it has passed.
Well, these were the jubilant scenes as tens of thousands of protesters who had gathered outside the National Assembly received the news. And we can show you some live scenes now of the protesters still there in the aftermath of receiving that news.
There was legit like 250,000 people out there.
People have been singing Into the New World by the K-pop group Girls' Generation as fireworks broke out overhead. And as you can see, they continue to stay in place in to the news of the impeachment. Well, let's speak now to my colleague Laura Bicker, who for many years was our Seoul correspondent and is watching events from Beijing, where she is. Laura, first of all, you can see the reaction from the protesters there. This is a really significant moment for them, isn't it?
Huge moment. For the last 12 days, South Korea has been in political turmoil. They watched in horror as on that Tuesday night, late at night, President Yoon declared martial law. Now that sent chills through a country that had for decades fought authoritarian rule. For many of the young people on the streets that you are seeing partying now, their parents, their grandparents fought for democracy. Some of them died for democracy. And here they are once again defending it on the streets. And that is how they see it. Those parties will continue well into the night. Now, when it came to this impeachment vote last week, the opposition party tried to push towards impeachment, but President Yoon's own party, the ruling party, boycotted the vote. There was huge disappointment.
Yep, and this time, that boycott did not happen for him. It had completely prevented this from going forward. People were pretty pissed off when that happened. I mean, they basically have remained the exact same amount of pissed off while composed at the same time doing these protests. I gotta say, watching these protests make me incredibly, like, what's the word? It's not jealous. It's like, impressed, I guess, really.
Over the last week, the pressure has gone up. The mood has changed. And that is because more details about what happened that night have emerged. We've heard that President Yoon had ordered that the leaders of the opposition and the chairman of his own party, along with many other members of the National Assembly, would be rounded up by the army and put in a detention centre.
They're just
President
these protests are just so awesome. Look at it. It looks like a street party. You know, like it's the most everybody looks happy somehow. Although there's a lot of masks, so it's a little hard to tell. But that lady is smiling. And everybody's got freaking like disco lighting and like light up vests and like signs with hearts on them. Like what the...
It would be rounded up by the army and put in a detention centre. President Yoon himself stayed quiet most of the week and then made an impassioned plea on Thursday saying he would fight until the end. It became increasingly clear to his own party that he would not step down, that he would not resign, and that he would have to be impeached. And that is what has led to this vote in the last hour.
We'll see how that never giving up thing all turns out for him. Let's keep going. I got a few more of the different outlets takes on this. Although this is, I would point out, you know what? I'm just going to give this to you now because you deserve it. You've gotten so far. This is the last story of the night, although we have 3 videos left, so don't worry, not done yet. Wait, I just realized this is in Korean. Please hold. Okay. I may pause for a moment now, but the journey toward the future, which I have walked with the people over the past 2.5 years, must never come to a halt. I will never give up. I will never surrender. Alright, I added that part. Holding in my heart all the criticism, encouragement, and support directed at me. I will do my best for the country until the very last moment. I urge all public officials, although these are difficult and challenging times, I ask you to remain steadfast in your positions and carry out your duties to the best of your ability. Centered around the acting president, please join forces and do your utmost to protect the safety and happiness of the citizens. Well, there you go. That might be his last statement as president, I think, technically. Although, I don't even know if he technically is president anymore, now he's been impeached. I have to look up, technically, if he will... if this automatically removes him from office, or if it's like the United States, where a president can be impeached, but stay in office. It's unclear still. I'm going to have to get back to you on that. Now let's move on here to showing some of the celebrations after the impeachment vote. This is 7 hours ago out of Forbes Breaking News. Is there any sound to this video? Come on, Forbes. Come on, Forbes, really? Can't afford sound? Boo. Here, I'll give the sound. Yay! Woo. I don't speak Korean, so I can't think of any good Korean chants to do. I think the only Korean word that I know for sure is annyeong, and that's just because of Arrested Development, and it means hello. As you can see, though, it's basically a jubilant crowd filled with all just, you know, all sorts of different aged Koreans out here, young and old, just celebrating this this victory. After all of this protesting, my God, these images are overwhelming. Even without sound, it's pretty incredible. It's almost like you don't need sound. It's like you can feel the vibes. Am I the only person that can, like, somehow feel the energy through some of these pictures? All right, the vibes are less immaculate in this photo. There we go. There we go. There we go. That's the kind of Korean celebration I'm looking for. More accountability than the USA. Yeah. Also much better protesting. Significantly better. We need to be better. 감사합니다. Thank you. 안녕하세요. There we go. Thank you, Sashidi. You're really helping. You're really helping with this. We've increased our Korean by 300%. 200%. Whatever the number is. I made a huge, tiny mistake. What was I doing? Oh, yeah. President impeached. South Korea. Okay. Here is Wikipedia's answer to what happens when a president is impeached in Korea. After impeachment, the final decision on whether to remove the impeached from office rests with the Constitutional Court of Korea. By the Constitutional Court Act of 1988, the Constitutional Court must make a final decision. Oopsies. I gotta stop talking with my hands. The Constitutional Court must make a final decision within 180 days after it receives any case for adjudication, including impeachment cases. So now that it's passed through the Parliament, it must go through the Constitutional Court. Good to know. See, now we just learned something together, chat. How fun was that? Let's go. Holy fuck. Look at this. This is what I'm talking about. The sea of people. This literal sea that goes down this road to the point where you lose the ability to see how far it goes because of the vanishing point. It's insane. Okay. All right. I think that's it. Well, looks like we got through another relatively long stream, although it's a little shorter than we've been doing lately. It's still difficult, of course, and yet we had each other, making it possible, galactically speaking. Well, chat, that's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Whoa, why did it open over there? Don't do that. That is rude. There we go. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmagley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Buck, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Cali Braiding, D Cypher, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoa, Nadia, Jogi, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right, all these people, what you see here, have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month.
tax proposal.